Good evening from Chelsea FC. Tonight is brought to you by Dennis Hodgson and Steve Crump Promotions in association with Fightzone and Fight Academy. It's the battle at the bridge. These fights are sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Officials in attendance are Area Representative Nigel Thomas, along with Des Reese, supported by Gary Natton, Terry Fleming, and Christian Scotland Williamson. The battle is about to begin, and let the battle begin. All right, Red Games, it's 6 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing the red trunks with black trim. He's got a record of 11 wins and 1 loss, weighing 145 pounds. It's Robert Paswell. Fighting out of the blue corner, wearing blue with white trim, with a record of 11 wins and 1 loss. 146 pounds and 9 wins. From Newark, Hans Alexander. The man in the ring is our referee, Rocky Israel.
Well, a warm welcome to everybody joining us on Fightzone and talkSPORT this evening. Stacey Copeland here with you, alongside me, Denzel Bentley. I'll introduce him a little bit more in just a moment. Not that he needs any introduction, but we're here at Stamford Bridge for Battle of the Bridge. Getting us underway, Robert Caswell and Fons Alexander. Vastly experienced Alexander, 186 bouts.
Wow.
His last win came in April last year when he stopped Declan Cairns in the 4th round. 10 losses and a draw since. And he has been known to wobble fighters with that left hook of his, so we'll see if he's in the mood to try and detonate some big shots tonight. But Caswell, 11 wins. His only defeat as a pro came last February at York Hall when he faced the unbeaten Michael Webber-Kane for the super featherweight Southern Area title. Then broke his hand in his comeback fight, which we were there for, Dens.
Yep.
Had to have surgery after that, so it's been a really tough time for him, but he says he's improved a lot since the loss, and the injury setback has given him plenty of fuel to take him forward into 2025, and you can see that he's got a real spite in his punches in this opening round, Dens.
Yeah, he does. He's a really sharp shooter. He's got, clean shots, good punch selection. I really rate him as a fighter too. The loss to Webber-Kane was a shock to me, but Webber-Kane done really well to win that fight. He just, kind of used his strength and used what he was good at to capitalise in that fight. But Caswell's a good fighter in my opinion.
Great atmosphere in here already. It's packed.
Oh yeah, definitely.
On this concourse in Stamford Bridge, and Caswell's brought a load of fans with him who are in fine voice already, as he just pushes Alexander back against the ropes. Good use of that jab, mixing it up head and body. Stops Alexander being able to get any momentum. Keeps sticking that jab out. It's good work rate with that, Dens. There's that left hook of Alexander, though,
that
Caswell will be aware of, because he has been known to stiffen the legs of fighters with that shot. He tucks up and then suddenly just lets it go.
Yep, just leaps it, and it's a surprise. It's a surprise shot. So you think you have him where you want him, control him with your jab and stuff, but he's lining up that left hook.
It can certainly catch you off guard if you're not careful.
But I like the way Caswell's boxing, because Fons Alexander can be really messy. He can make it really messy for anyone in there. He just likes to get in your chest and make it scrappy. But Caswell just keeping it clean, keeping a nice distance. You just got to be careful of that left hook, like you mentioned earlier.
36 years old, Alexander, from Nottinghamshire. 171 and 2 is his record. But of those 171 losses, just 7 stoppages, and that often tells a story, Dens, of 100%. The resilience and durability.
Definitely, and one of those 7 stoppages were probably by, special fighters. I don't know who's on the record, but it was probably someone special that had stopped him.
Really good opening round there for Robert Caswell. Boxes out at the New Era Boxing Gym in Surrey. The likes of Josh Kelly, Harlem Eubank, Isaac Chamberlain
Yes, some good fighters in that gym. Some good fighters in that gym.
It's good to be around, isn't it? Because for young fighters coming through, he's 12 fights in now, so he's got a decent bit of experience. He's had the experience of, chasing and not quite being successful the first time of asking for his first title.
Yeah.
But having those fighters around you who've been there and done it, there's plenty to learn from, isn't there?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you look to your left, you look to your right, and you got good fighters that fight at a good level, good dedication, and whatever they're doing, and you're doing the same sessions that they're doing. So it makes you realise if they can do it, then so can I. I've just got to be on point every time I fight.
He's had a lot of sparring with Kurt Walker for most of this camp. His big ambition is to headline at his hometown football club in the summer, Chatham Town, in the Isthmian League, in the non-league Premier. So that's his big goal, and it's great to have a goal like that. And tonight is a really, really important one for him to make a statement and get ready for the big showdown for him at his hometown football club, as he just feints with that lead foot, just trying to trigger Alexander. Good use of the check hook there from Paswell, and he's just trying to bit by bit dismantle the man in front of him, varying that jab, varying his shots.
He's got a little bit more spite in his shots this round, Paswell, which is good to see. It's always good to be able to switch the pace and turn the heat up on your opponent every now and then. It throws them off guard and they don't know what to do, and they've got to reset and try to figure out how to kind of get back from there.
I always like his work rate with Paswell as well, because he doesn't tend to take his foot off the gas, even if he's not throwing Dens.
Yeah.
He's edging in with his feet, cutting off the ring and right in front of his opponent in range at all times, and it keeps that intensity throughout the contest.
It's good. It shows signs of a good fighter. He's busy, not just by throwing punches, but with his movement, with his feints, creeping in. It shows good ring generalship.
Been very limited, Alexander, in this second round by Paswell. He's made the adjustments defensively and he's barely been able to get that left hook off. We did see glimpses of it in the first round, and he's made those adjustments there. He just caught it a couple of times, hasn't he, and spun off, and it's not been a problem to him. Nice work down to the body now from Paswell.
Yeah, he spotted that left hook, and he spotted the movement before it comes. There we go, that right there. He just kind of sways and then he just wants to throw it.
And often when he throws that backhand, Alexander, he brings his back foot round as well, doesn't he? Ends up square. And if Paswell can just time it and step back and catch him coming in, it would be a really effective shot for him. But good defensive adjustments, I feel like, from Paswell, because there was nothing he needed to do hugely different attacking-wise from the first round. It was a good opener, but he's built on it here and continued that momentum in the same vein. Wild swing from Alexander, and Paswell savvy to it. Again, I like that jab, Dens, because he's not just tapping it out. That's obviously all right to do that sometimes to vary it, but there's always that bit of spite and sharpness in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
A good counter there from Alexander, though.
And was that he just measures the speed now, but if he just changes the speed a little bit, then it would throw Alexander off. But good round from Paswell.
This one's scheduled for 6 rounds. What would be your ambition to headline? So we've just been talking about Paswell. For him, it's to headline at his hometown football club. What would be the dream place to headline for Denzel Bentley?
That's quite crazy. That's a good question. You know what? I do like the venue, Royal Albert Hall. I boxed there twice and I thought this is a crazy venue, and obviously where I grew up in Battersea, South Kensington isn't too far from me. On the train it's like 4 stops, so it's like that's like the closest venue that I like to box at.
It's incredible. My dad boxed there, so I grew up on stories about it, but I'd never been there for any event, let alone boxing, until the card with Tasha Jonas and Lauren Price and the all-female card. It was unbelievable.
It's a crazy venue.
It was breathtaking.
Yeah.
It's absolutely spectacular in all its glory, and no wonder it's spoken about in the way that it is, the Royal Albert Hall. So maybe Denzel Bentley will get to headline there one day, but this evening is alongside me on the concourse here at Stamford Bridge for the Battle of the Bridge, UK versus USA. But we've got Kent against Nottinghamshire right now, as Robert Caswell just continuing to dominate here. And that's what you want to see from prospects getting in with the away fighters' dens, isn't it? Is to make sure that they're dominant and stamp their authority on a contest from the first bell, as he has done. Yeah,
most definitely. That's exactly what we want to see. I mean, if you look at a fighter like Caswell, who I feel has got a lot of skill to move forward and, you know, win titles. When he's in with fighters like Fonz Alexander, you want to see him just dominate. Even if he doesn't get the stoppage because he's a tough guy, you just want to see him just control the pace, dominate, land at will, and win every round, to be honest. Not really have any trouble. Because he's boxed at championship level before. Although he fell short, he needs to show the difference that he's a different level fighter to, you know, who he's in there with.
Nice to see him mixing it up, trying to get around the back of the elbows of Alexander as well. Some of that work to the body. He's always busy, technically very sound. He's pleasant to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He is. He's gone to the body now, like you said.
There's that left hook though, just whipped around again from Alexander, and he was just able to take that little step away, Caswell. And it'll be a little reminder that that's always in his locker.
He's going to come back, yeah, exactly.
In a fight such as this with Caswell, he's had that difficult year, his first loss, and then injury and having to deal with having the surgery and the comeback, and mentally and physically that's all difficult. He's back in there now, he's back into the swing of things. In a fight like this at the halfway stage where you're dominating, what would you be looking for from him to go through the gears, to keep up and maintain the intensity throughout? What would be the important things you want to see?
Well, he's worked at a fairly good pace, so I'd like to see him maintain it. If he was looking for the stoppage, if he were, I'll tell him to up the work rate and just, you know, push for the stoppage. But we have to consider that he's fighting at, you know, a heavier weight tonight. This is fight. I think he's at welterweight, and I'm pretty sure last fight he's a lightweight. If I'm being so.
And he's had 2 stoppages of his 11 wins, so not necessarily known for that type of power, although that may come. Just 24 years old, so
still young.
Time to fill out a little bit, maybe.
Definitely. And you know, early he's very fleet-footed. He's holding his feet a little bit here, but this is a bigger guy in front of him. You know, it's you know, there's weight classes for a reason in the boxing, as they say. He's more skilled than him, and he's obviously comfortable. But in terms of getting him out of there, Fonz Alexander's used to fight bigger guys and soaking up that sort of power.
Alexander in that round was pretty much limited to wild swings, lunging in with that backhand, and that's testament to Caswell's dominant performance so far. It's been a good, technically sound performance from the man from Kent so far. His inspirations, he says, Ricky Hatton, Miguel Cotto, Carl Froch. Who are yours?
Gritty fighters, those are gritty fighters.
Who are yours?
Mine?
Big ones growing up that you looked up to?
I started boxing quite late, so my first favourite fighter was Floyd Mayweather. Then it was Andre Ward, just being that correct, being that sound. Then you got Bernard Hopkins, Roy Jones, you know, all the...
Just half average fighters there.
Yeah, so you can imagine, you know, my face when I saw Roy Jones walking to the gym the other day for the weigh, and I thought, I didn't even know he was turning up.
Such a humble guy as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Roy Jones Jr. in the house, of course. That's because he's the captain of the USA team tonight. Spencer Oliver, the captain of the UK team, but a more humble and genuine, down-to-earth man you could not meet. Not Spencer Oliver. He loves himself. He won't mind me saying that. But yeah, Roy Jones Jr. Given what that is, one of the absolute legends and icons of the sport. Very, very humble and approachable, down-to-earth guy.
Yeah, most definitely.
Always good company. Good work again, that double jab backhand from Caswell. He's mixed it up well here.
That jab is just getting more sparkful. I love to see it.
He really like stamps his front foot, doesn't he? When he lets that shot go, he's real authority with it.
I think he knows he needs a good solid jab to just keep Fonz Alexander at bay, just to keep him where he is. He needs a good solid jab, just so he knows he's walking into a lamppost.
No comment.
Oh, good left hook
backhand and a lovely lead hook followed up by Paswell, but he took them well, Alexander.
Good right hand there from Paswell. Alexander took it well though.
He's being patient at times here and composed, Paswell, because sometimes Alexander's dropping his hands and, you know, posturing a little bit to try and draw him in, and he's not been. He's waiting his time, and that shows that little bit of experience that he's got now, Paswell.
Yeah. Yeah, he's being patient. He's not rushing in. He's landing some good shots there.
Varying the shot off the jab there as well, Denzel. 1-2, and then bringing up the uppercut as well. Lovely work and nice variation.
Some good chants there from the crowd for Paswell.
It certainly is. I'm sure that'll give him that little bit of extra fuel. Been a really good performance from him so far, though, as Alexander just stalking him a little bit, so he's having to box off the back foot momentarily.
Every time Fons drops his hands, he's trying to set something up. So it's good Paswell ain't falling in thinking he's got an open target there, because he'll probably walk into a left hook if he does.
And again, when you lack experience, you can panic, can't you? And think, I've got to be doing something. And that's where that little bit of experience shows with Paswell, that he's known when not to go and just be patient and bide his time.
Yeah, most definitely.
I have to say about Spencer Oliver, when we were in Saudi a few weeks ago for the Beterbiev and Bivol fight, I actually caught him videoing a video of himself on a TV screen where he'd been interviewing somebody, and I tried to get my camera on in time to video it, and I was gutted that I didn't quite catch it, but it would have been a cracker. I never would have let him live it down, but I couldn't quite capture it. I was gutted, but yeah.
There's nothing that says I love myself more than that.
Exactly. And he's every right to. We love him as well.
Yeah, definitely.
He's the UK captain, Roy Jones Jr., the US captain. Some cracking contests we've got coming up this evening on Fightzone and talkSPORT, but Paswell and Alexander have got us off to a really good one, because he's been competitive throughout. Alexander always poses a threat, particularly with that left hook, and he does tend to tuck up, catch you sleeping, and then launch it over the top, but Paswell has been wise to it so far.
Oh, good right hand there from Paswell.
He sets the backhand up really well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he does. It's very, very precise. Again, that stiff jab makes it really difficult for Alexander to launch anything significant. And again, lovely lead hook. Just steps away, moves his feet at the same time, Paswell. Limiting Alexander to those wild swings again. Good performance this from Paswell.
See, fights like this are like, where the weight difference is so big, I think Paswell's, you know, normally fights at 130 pounds, which is super featherweight. He's up at welterweight here. Even though he's boxing great, as you get tired, this is where you feel the weight difference. You feel the weight difference, and as he's coming in, he's holding a little bit more to spin him. You know, but he still throws some good shots. At distance, he looks amazing, Paswell.
If you're just joining us, we've got Robert Paswell, the man from Kent, in red, 11-1-0, and Fons Alexander from Nottinghamshire in the blue. In the penultimate round here, this one scheduled for 6 threes, and it's been a dominant all-round performance from Paswell, although Alexander has had his say here and there.
I love the way Paswell doubles up that left hook. He goes head body every time. He's been doing it from the first round. It's just...
And it's difficult for Alexander to know what's coming, if anything, off that jab. Sometimes it's just a stiff jab and then he moves off. Sometimes he'll bring the backhand uppercut over or the straight right, and it's really difficult to defend against that, isn't it? Because he does vary it so much.
Yeah, and those heavy feints, he reacts to them every time. Makes him bring his hand down, and then that right hand is there over the top.
Doesn't waste too many shots either, Caswell. I don't feel like he throws shots just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Some of them are going to land on the gloves, of course, but
I think that's good, you know.
And sometimes you've got to do that, haven't you, to make something happen, and trying to fashion an opening. Oh, there's that left hook from Alexander. Luckily, Caswell is moving away from it, but it's always a clear and present danger, that hook, isn't it?
It is. And if you're not ready and you fall asleep, the expression of the left hook is what it says in the shorts, boom.
It certainly is, yeah. He's got boom on the back of his waistband, has Alexander. And as I say, I've seen him live on a number of occasions, and other times seen him, of course, on various live streams, and seen him wobble the legs of many a fighter with that left hook. It really is a surprise package if you're not set up for it. But Caswell so far has managed to evade that.
Yep.
And we can see some of his work on the replay here, and that variation. Fell short with that uppercut there, but all round been really good performance from Caswell so far. There's the attempt at that left hook, but Caswell had that right hand, that right glove tight defensively, didn't he? And those are such good habits to have.
Yeah, definitely.
As you're moving away and coming out of an exchange, to have your hands tight. Often not the case.
Yeah, exactly. But especially after the first one, where Fons might have landed a couple, and it's like, okay, I've got to change something here. I've got to be more defensively responsible, and he's done that. Good adjustment.
Into the sixth and final round then of our first bout of the evening, and it's been a real cracker. Crowd have been engaged in this and singing throughout. Even a special chant for Caswell from his fans as well. Really good atmosphere in here, and we're in for a treat this evening. 10 contests in total. UK versus USA. There'll be a real rivalry there. Lots of pride on the line, of course. Good work again from Caswell. Really snaps out that jab and that backhand. He really turns his back hip into it and plants his feet when he throws it. And we've been feeling these, Alexander, cumulatively they have an impact. And he hasn't let up with the intensity and the ferocity of these shots, Caswell. It's the speculative swing from Alexander. Nice double lead hook from Caswell to the head and then down to the body. Good opponent for him at this stage when he's come back from that loss and that injury, and back to winning ways, because he'll want to be back in title contention within this year, won't he? And of course he's got this big dream in the summer of headlining at his hometown football club, Chatham Town, so huge incentive for him.
Yep. And it's good, yeah, definitely. He wants to get back into, he would want to get back into title contention, you know, by this year at least. I mean, he's only young, he's 24, but, you know, before he knows it, he'll be getting on and not be able to, you know, achieve his dreams.
Yeah, a lot of timing involved in the fight game, that's for sure. Just pins Alexander back against the ropes, but doesn't rush his work, doesn't get greedy, is precise. That was good work with that backhand from Caswell. Lovely work there, neat and tidy. Says that he's really learnt a great deal from that loss last year and stayed in the gym whilst he was injured, and you can see that all of those learnings have come to fruition now. And he's a man on a mission. to headline at his home football club this summer, and you've got the feeling that should that happen, he's going to have huge local support, because they've come out in numbers here at Stamford Bridge tonight to support Robert Caswell. He's putting a really solid performance there against a really seasoned and experienced fighter in Fons Alexander, and a really all-round impressive performance from Caswell, Denzel.
Yeah, most definitely. From the first round, he established his jab, nice sharp jab. As the rounds went on, the jab got more spiteful. His head and body, you know, he was a variation in his shot selection, and he had good movement. Once he figured out the money, Fons Alexander's left foot was his money shot, he managed to evade it and block it, you know, really well. So I'm impressed with that performance.
Well, a really good performance. The crowd are about to erupt, I'm sure, because they've really enjoyed that one. Let's get our official...
With the judges' score of 60-54, your winner, in the red corner,
So a win for Robert Caswell then. The 24-year-old from Kent moves to 12-1-0, and he'll be delighted to continue his winning run, coming off a loss last year and that injury which resulted in needing surgery on his hand. Great support in here, and what a moment it's going to be for this young man in the summer if he does indeed get to headline at his hometown football club, Chatham Town. Just showing his thanks there to his supporters. Well, what a way to get proceedings going this evening. A win for Robert Caswell, and credit to Fons Alexander as well, who as always made it competitive and put a real shift in there. Up next we've got Joseph Abocrombi and Iro Fernando Duran, scheduled for 6-3s in the lightweight division. And we've got Hamza Butts and Jensen Irving, Indabasi and Shane Smith, Harvey Horn and Adam Yahaya. That's your first 5 contests this evening. Then we move to the UK versus USA component. Representing the UK, Jack Hughes, Arnie Dawson, Oral Ignat, Lewis Rowerig and Marlon Mason getting ready to put their pride on the line. Of course, lots at stake. UK versus USA. Spencer Oliver is the UK captain. Roy Jones Jr., the legend himself, is the USA captain. And it's all to play for. This, of course, the return fixture, if you like. After last year, the UK team headed out to Texas, and this time hosted in the UK on the concourse here at Stamford Bridge. There's a really good crowd in here this evening, good atmosphere building. There we can see Duran just waiting to make his way to the ring. Looks like we are ready to get things underway with our second bout of the evening with our MC, Jay Edson.
Fernando Duran Escobar.
Jairo Fernando Duran then goes by Cadejo Duran, the 33-year-old Honduran, now based in Spain. has decent experience with 52 bouts under his belt. Got a draw last November, and his last win came in 2022 when he stopped Pablo Ortiz. He's faced decent opposition, including the likes of English champion Josh Holmes, so may provide a solid test for Abocrombi this evening.
Joseph Abocrombi.
Here comes Braveheart Joseph Abocrombi, made his pro debut in 2023. He has 6 wins, all points victories so far. He was last out a couple of weeks ago at the O2 Indigo in a 6-rounder against Jonatas Oliveira, and he really does believe in himself. He knows his opponent has 14 stoppages and his 15 registered wins, but says he's prepared for that and he's feeling confident.
All right, fans, here we go. 6 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks, weighing in at 135 pounds, a record of 15 wins, 14 by knockout. From San Pedro Sula, Honduras, yellow, Fernando Duran Escobar. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing green with gold trim, weighing in at 138 pounds, with a record of 6 wins, from Guilford, Joseph Abocrombi. Third man in the ring is Rocky Israel, our referee.
Here we go then. Second bout of the evening. Abocrombi, a 21-year-old from Surrey in the dark green and gold shorts. And Duran, he's a pretty good name to have for a boxer, you have to say. The 33-year-old Honduran who lives in Catalonia in Spain. He's in white. Oh. I think it was just a tangle of the feet there. So ref happy to just brush off the gloves and back to business. And this is a ferocious start from Abocrombi. Just ends up smothering his own work a little bit, and Duran doing the right thing by just tying him up there, because he was... I
like Abocrombi. He strikes me as someone that loves a fight, loves to have a fight. I saw him box a few weeks back. I think it was at O2 Indigo.
Yeah, it was. He had a 6-rounder against Jonatas Oliveira. He's got 6 wins so far. He's 6-0. Yeah. All points wins so far, which is surprising given the ferocity with which he lets his shots go.
I thought that as well, but then seeing the fight last time, I can see why. He got a lot of spite in his shots, and they're so explosive, and he wants to hurt you, but he falls into his work a lot. Oh, good shot there from Abocrombi.
Lovely backhand, and he follows it up with that double left hook to the body and head, and really, really sharp, precise work. And these are stinging shots this is slam right into your face. You can feel those, can't you?
Work, yeah. And when I first saw him, he was falling into his work like what he done earlier, and Fernando Duran was able to hold him, but now he's holding that distance, and you're seeing a lot more effectiveness on his work. Oh, good shot.
It's lovely work from Abocrombi, facing Duran, who's fighting out of that southpaw stance, and he's holding that guard very, very tightly to Honduran, and rightly so, because he's under real firepower when Abocrombi puts his shots together. These are not half-hearted attacks, and you can see where the Braveheart moniker comes from, because there's nothing, as I say, half-hearted about this. When he goes full pelt, doesn't he?
100%.
Just got to be careful of those head clashes at times, particularly when he turns and changes to that southpaw stance. Good work to the body though.
Oh, good shots. I mean, we could see Abocrombi have his first stoppage tonight, and it's just all because he's tidied up his work. He's tidied up, he doesn't fall in. That was a lovely step back.
And the thing is,
nice
it's that mix of speed and snap as well, because yes, there's good snap in the shots, but they're so fast that Duran's unable to really do too much about them once he puts them together. Even though he can see it coming, it's coming that quickly. So, he's barely able to.
By the time he reacts, it's too late.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's missed his stall. He went to sit down and just missed the stall. I think he's a little hurt, Duran.
I don't think he'll panic though, because as I say, he's been in with really decent opposition. Josh Holmes, the English champion, he's been in with Jazza Dickens, of course. He had that really good victory against Zelfa Barrett in February.
Yeah. Good win.
Kaz Ashfaq, who, you know, former British title challenger, and he had a good amateur career as well. So, do you know, he's been in with those kind of fighters who do put you under pressure, who can put the shots together, who are relentless. So I don't think he'll panic at this stage.
Yeah, that is a good point. I'm trying to think. I know Jazza Dickens can quite punch, but does he punch with the same ferociousness as Abocrombi right now? I mean, it's just the speed of those shots can kind of throw you off your game. And
the thing is, if just one of those shots catches him in such a way that either he's slightly off balance or it discombobulates him for just that split second, he looks like he's going to jump on him. And then there's very little you can do once you're in that situation. Once you're buzzed and they jump on you, it can be difficult, can't it? Back in that southpaw stance now, Duran, then back to orthodox.
He's got to watch the heads there.
That's the difficulty when he turns into that southpaw stance. They do look like a head clash could be potentially a risk for them, but I've liked the work to the body from Abocrombi as well. There it goes again, and you can really sink those in. Beautiful shot right up the middle from Abocrombi, rocking back the head of Duran. Two real quality shots, one to the body and then the uppercut as well. Shows good shot selection from Abocrombi. And he's smart, Duran, isn't he? He's a wily character who knows when just to tie him up and when just to change the angle and pivot. Nice head movement from him, and just tries to slam in a lead left of his own. Solid shots those, and you can really feel those pummeling in at ringside from our position here. Dens, he's really slamming those in, isn't he? He is.
He's throwing them with a lot of spite. He really wants to hurt Fernando Duran.
Supremely well conditioned is Abocrombi. That's lovely work from Abocrombi there as well, Dens, where he was just using that jab as a little range finder, but then whipping those shots around the torso and up to the head as well. Very, very different approach than what we've seen prior from Paswell, who was solid with that jab in every exchange.
Yeah, that is true,
He's mixed it up, but what comes after that is always with real ferocity and intensity. And this has been a really good couple of opening rounds from Abocrombi.
But like you were saying, it works both ways with the jab. It's just how you use it and how effective you use it. You can flick it out to find the range, or you can, you know, have a good authoritative jab, you know, a heavy jab, and keep.
And he is doing that on plenty of occasions, isn't he? And that's good to see. Sometimes it's to tap it and set something up, and other times it's really solid. Really good work from Abocrombi. And Duran limited to mostly having to employ all of his defensive attributes, isn't he? He's not getting much of a say in terms of his own attacks, such as the level and the intensity that Abocrombi's brought here. This one's scheduled for 6 threes. Abocrombi made a really solid start in the opening 2 rounds. Been impressive. Real spite about his work, and all of the fighters tonight, of course, will want to make a statement here on the platform of Fightzone and talkSPORT, and fighting here on the concourse at Stamford Bridge. Really good atmosphere in here. It's got a feel of a big occasion, and we'll all want to make an impression. We've had a long time to prepare for this and train for it, and you can see the supreme conditioning of all of the fighters at the weigh-in yesterday. Abocrombi just trying to fashion an opening. Lovely little pivot there to change the angle. Really good defensive work this from Duran, because he's under a lot of firepower. Abocrombi really loads up with his shots, so he's employing all of those defensive tactics, tucking up, lots of head movement, changing the angles, tying him up when he has to, as we see in here. Good work from Duran, but Abocrombi really is a handful. Nice work to the body, yeah, it's good work, and he sort of gets real leverage on that, doesn't he? Because he throws it at long to mid-range, doesn't he? And that can catch you unaware, that when you're perhaps expecting a jab from there, just switches it up.
True,
again, the speed of it, that he brings his feet in and closes that distance, makes it difficult to defend against.
Yeah, he just whips it round. It's good to see, because his opponent has his hands up high, he's got a higher guard, so to whip it upstairs, you know, really wouldn't do him any favours, so he just keeps changing it. That was a good uppercut there, though, from Abocrombi. Probably the first clean shot Fernando Duran has landed tonight.
I think it was, fair play to him. He just got in a little gap there, managed to sneak out a cheeky jab, didn't he? Just rocked back the head of Abocrombi.
He's done well to take these shots because they sound heavy.
It's good to see how Abocrombi mixes them up, because as we've said, sometimes there's a little tap like we're seeing here, rangefinder, and something comes off it. Other times it's a 4 or 5 shot combo, and every single shot he loads up with and really lets his hands go.
He's caught a nice check hook as, you know, Fernando Duran just leaped in. Good work.
Well, so far we've had an excellent opening contest between Robert Caswell and Fons Alexander, and we've continued in the same vein, because this is a really good performance from Abocrombi, but Duran doing his job really well in making Abocrombi get through these rounds. There's a few of those shots that, you know, would have perhaps made other men crumble a little bit, Dennis, but he just seems to have been able to absorb them, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a tough man. He's a tough man. Only been stopped 5 times in his 36 losses, so it ain't going to be easy to you know, take him out.
And of his 15 wins, he's had 14 stoppages. So at some point,
it's true. Yeah, he can punch.
He's been a danger man himself, hasn't he? Scheduled for 6 threes this then. Abocrombi in the dark green and gold, Duran in white. Now plenty of instruction from the corner, Abocrombi.
Body work there from Abocrombi.
Lovely work.
Came out in the beginning of the round and threw a little stab to the body, and then he just went round behind the elbows after that. And again.
A lot of movement on his feet from Abocrombi in these opening seconds.
What I like most about these shows, that when prospects, when I see them improve, you know, after a fight, I'm really impressed with that. It means they went back, watched what they had done wrong, and listened to their team and made the adjustments they needed to. Because in the first fight I saw him just you know, a couple of weeks back, he was falling into his shots so much, and it was like he had all the spite, and I was like, this is probably why he hasn't got a stoppage yet, because he can whack. We can clearly see that and hear the power, but when he gets his opponent on the ropes, he just falls in and allows it to tie him up, and then he's buying them time when he thinks he's being aggressive. But now he just held that distance, good movement, good lateral movement, picked his shots well, variations of the jab, and I'm impressed, man. I'm really impressed.
And as well, with prospects, even if they are dominant, you still want them to keep up that intensity, work rate, that intelligent pressure, because sometimes they can coast through the rounds. But choosing not to says something about your mentality, I think.
Yeah, of course, Might just switch off or get bored in the ring, and that's when you get caught slipping. So, but I mean, even when I saw him the first time I saw him, he kept that intensity, and that's one thing I do give him credit for. He's always, like I said, as soon as he came out, I said, he strikes me as a man that loves to fight. Do you know what I mean? Like he loves it.
And there's winning, and then there's putting on a big performance, isn't there? And there's fighters 100%. Who want to entertain and perform and sort of really impress every time they step into the ring, and that's good to see. And when you get away fighters who will play their part, makes for a great night of boxing. That's not all one way and one-sided. Because it brings the best out in the fighters if they're asking questions of them. Exactly.
They got to switch on and wake up and, you know, deal with the awkwardness or whatever's in front of them.
Duran just tucking up as he comes forward. He's been switching stances as well, which that's also given Abocrombi something to think about. I think generally it's probably been to his advantage, but it's still obviously a new experience for him, having someone who switches as frequently as Duran does, so extra thing to think about there.
Because he's got to keep thinking, oh, good uppercut there from Abocrombi again. But he's got to keep thinking the best way to tackle that, you know, the stance or whatever he's bringing. And for Fernando Duran, he's trying to find the safest way to be defensively responsible. Is he better off southpaw or orthodox? I don't think he's figured it out yet, but him just switching consistently may just slow down, you know, Abocrombi a little bit. But another good round from Abocrombi.
We've seen some of the crowd packed into this concourse here at Stamford Bridge. Lots of anticipation around this. UK versus USA. That portion of the card on the way, of course. Spencer Oliver, the UK captain, and the legend and the icon of boxing, Roy Jones Jr., the USA captain. So plenty on the way, and there are some really, really exciting contests awaiting us this evening. Penultimate round then in this one, Abocrombi and Duran. Braveheart versus Cadejo, if we use their aliases. Really knows his way around the ring, Duran, doesn't he? And you can't always tell everything off somebody's record, or even if they've had a great deal of experience, if it's not always been against the top opposition, you can't always take a great deal from it. But he really, he's solid, isn't he, and sound technically, and he's cute defensively, isn't he? He knows how to get through the rounds and how to make his opponent work for it without taking any risks.
Yeah, no, most definitely. And he's done that a lot, and I think
it's a real skill.
It is a skill, and I think it goes unnoticed. People don't, you know, give enough credit, but I guess those are people just watching with, you know, a fan-friendly eye, whereas people that have been in the ring or do appreciate boxing a little bit deeper can appreciate that skill set, because what he's doing right now is bringing on Abocrombi. He's making him think. You know, he can go back and look at his work and see what he could do and what he could do better. But if it was all one way, there's nothing to learn from, and then you believe it on hype, and then you get found out later on. But fights like this, styles like this, make you really, you know, think about your work and what you can do to improve and what you could have done next time to probably get him out of there. Or could I have stepped up the work rate? Could I have thrown more jabs or gone to the body more? But yeah, so it's good to see from both guys, to be honest, because he is handling it well, Abocrombi.
Interesting how different coaches are in the corner as well. Whether they're shouting instruction all the way through, or whether they're quiet and give quiet instructions between rounds, it can really vary, and there's no right or wrong necessarily. It's what works with that coach and that fighter, isn't it?
Yeah, because every fighter responds differently too. Some fighters like to be able to think in the ring and just figure out what's going on, and some of them need that advice from the corner. They need the corner to be screaming out instructions for them to follow, otherwise, you know, they could be lost. So, no, it is, yeah, you're right. It's interesting. Oh! That was a solid shot there from Abocrombi.
Yeah, it was a solid shot, and I think, like what I was saying before, can be either one of those stinging shots that disorients you, or one where he catches him off balance. And it seemed to me, without having seen the replay, that was one such occasion that perhaps his feet were a little bit square and he just got caught off balance. Yeah,
that's it. Yep, he was trying to argue to the ref that there was a push in there, but it was a sudden shot, and he was pretty much on his way down. He just gave him a little help with that shove.
I think that's fair to say. I think his legs just went a little from beneath him off balance, and just that little shove and gravity helped do the rest. Yeah, which is fair enough. He's not got carried away here though, Abocrombi. He's finished the round well, but
didn't get carried away, didn't try to overdo it or jump on him. He just kept his composure and kept throwing good shots.
I think that adrenaline in the first couple of seconds of the opening round, he ended up falling in, smothering his work, but he's managed to
get himself together.
Exactly, and to make sure he manages that range better. We're going to see, and you can see there he did catch him off balance, and then it was kind of a bit of a tumble, wasn't it? Wasn't it? It was just kind of one of those where his feet weren't really beneath him and he was off balance, wasn't it? But they sort of got tangled a little bit, didn't they? So and that sometimes comes from that switching. Like I say, sometimes it can pose a real problem for an opponent. Sometimes it plays into their favour, because as they're switching, they can end up with the feet square.
Tangled up, exactly. Not really knowing where they want to be. But it was good for Abocrombi not to jump on him, kind of realising that maybe he's not hurt yet, and just keep your composure. So that was good from him.
And sometimes, far from being hurt, they're frustrated.
Good right hand.
Lovely.
That hurt.
Yeah, certainly felt that.
He should work off that. He should work off that.
He's really busy here, Duran, now. Plenty of movement for him. And I think he knows that he's in for a tough 3 minutes here, as Abocrombi looking to really close the show here. And just applying the pressure now. 21 years old from Surrey, is 6-0. Showing good signs here, Abocrombi. Another really good performance from him. And I think you were talking about improvements, Stans, and that's what you want to see. I think we've seen improvements between rounds from Abocrombi as this one's gone on.
Definitely, that is also true.
Really taken on and executed those instructions from the corner, hasn't he?
Yeah. And, you know, as much as he is a brave heart and he is tough and he is strong, he's showing that he can be smart also, by adjusting and switching, you know, his style to adjust to his needs and to get the win. Not like he was in a difficult fight, but just, you know, to figure out his opponent.
And make no mistake, Duran is no pushover.
At all.
He's savvy, he's cute, he's smart. He's got his own version of boxing IQ and a real skill set to make fighters like Abocrombi hear the final bell, despite this relentless pressure that he's put him on under, and these spiteful shots that he's continued to unload. This is exactly what you want to see on these small hole shows. Competitive contests where questions are asked of prospects and they have to find the answers, and Abocrombi has done so. Been a good performance from him. And Duran does make it really difficult to land anything clean. As soon as that first shot lands, he's twisting, he's turning, he's pivoting. His head isn't in the same place, is it? Moving away from the shots. Smart work for the man from Honduras. Last 30 seconds now of this final round. The crowd yet again have really appreciated this one. They're up against the gates here. screaming and imploring Braveheart Joseph Abocrombi forward as he launches into the corner in that final exchange, and it was a really good performance from the man from Surrey, dropping his opponent in the fifth, albeit not with a huge shot, but just perhaps that overwhelm and that relentless pressure and catching him off balance finally took its toll, which was probably inevitable given those flurries that he was putting together.
Yeah.
He's in supreme condition, he was sharp, great intensity. Lots to like about Abocrombi.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Every shot had spite in it. He was lining up that lead hand just to get, you know, the good shots coming back. Good variation of shots, good variation of speed, good movement as well, lateral movement and stuff like that. So, yeah, no, it was good to see, man. It was good.
It certainly was. Seeing some of his work there on your screen. Plenty of respect between the two, and we await the official announcement now from our MC this evening, Jay Edson.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the judges' score of 60-53, our winner from the red corner, Joseph Abocrombi.
So a good win for Joseph Abocrombi. He did it in style as well. Huge credit to Duran. Real skill set to be resilient against that firepower that was coming towards him, but he got Abocrombi through the rounds. But a good performance from Braveheart as he moves to 7-0, all points wins. And there's plenty to like about this young man from Surrey, as he just has the obligatory photos with his team in the ring. Plenty of action on the way. 7 more bouts this evening on Fightzone and talkSPORT. Hamza Butt and Jensen Irving up next in the super welterweight division. And we've got Inder Bassi and Shane Smith, Harvey Horn and Adam Yahaya. Then we will move into the 5 UK versus USA contests. Spencer Oliver, the UK captain, and the legendary Roy Jones Jr., the USA captain. All of the fighters been working so hard ready for this occasion. They've done all their media duties throughout the week. Great experience for them.
Full bar upstairs for your convenience with television showing all of the fights. The full bar is upstairs.
reaction.
Yeah, hi Raheem, good to see you. Look, it's the brainchild of Dennis Hobson and Steve Crump, as we said. It's fantastic to bring the Americans back here. First time we went out there was in October, back end of September, early October, and it was a 3-3 draw. It was dramatic. We went 1-0 up, 2-0 up, then they clawed it back and went 3-2 ahead, and then we salvaged it with a draw in the last one. The hospitality was fantastic, and then we said, let's bring them back. So Dennis has put this together. It's a grand event, as you can see. That's why we stood here. It's at Chelsea Football Club, best football club in the world, by the way. And we've got 5 Americans that have flown over. They've been brilliant this week to deal with, but they've all come here to win. You've got absolute fantastic wars written all over them. Live on Fightzone and talkSPORT. We can't wait.
Well, as I am here as an American, I also feel a little bit torn because I've got Britain now kind of flowing through my veins. I've been over so much, and we're on Chelsea Football Club grounds, but I must say, I'm a Gunner. So I'm torn once again. This is a beautiful, beautiful place to have a fight like this. And as you mentioned, it was a draw the first time, but it came right down to the last fight on the card. And we've got some 50-50 matchups, just like the first time out. I mean, if someone's going to edge it, if you had to put your last dollar on one of the UK fighters to bring it home for you this time, who would that be?
Well, you're putting me on the spot. Obviously, all 5 of the UK boys are mine, but I've spent a week with the Americans as well. So a bit like you, I'm a little bit split. They're going to kill me when they see this. I'm still Team UK, but they've really looked after themselves and conducted themselves well, the Americans. If I go down to the fights, all 5 fights are fantastic, but there's 2 banging cruiserweight fights on here. You've got Ignat on there, who's 9-0 now, I think, with 8 knockouts. His opponent, Stanley Johnson from America, is 7-0 with 4 knockouts. Don't blink. That's going to be fantastic and explosive. You've also, just before that, got Lucas Ruhrig, who's 3-0. He's trained and managed by George Groves, who's an ex-super middleweight world champion himself. So he's being guided well. And everybody's talking about this guy might go all the way. I was lucky enough to have his debut on our show back in December. And his next 2 fights were on Sky Sports and Channel 5, and he did fantastic. So he's back with us now. But he's going up against an American who I've been with all week. And this guy's coming to win. But equally, the other 3 fights as well. Arnie Dawson's taking on someone more experienced. He's got an undefeated record, Arnie. He won for us out in Texas, so he earned his seat. Winner stays on. But his opponent is 13-3, and Arnie, I think, is now 6-0. So there's a little bit more experience, youthful experience. Jack Hughes steps up. That's my fighter. Jack's got balls. Every single time you ask Jack, he'll take it. He's fighting a guy who's had about 50 fights. On paper, Jack looks like an underdog, but Jack will take any fight, and let's see what he can do. And then obviously, top of the bill, you've got Mandeep Jangra, who is Roy Jones's fighter. We've got Roy Jones in town, so it doesn't matter who else is here, Roy Jones is here. And again, walked in my hotel this morning, come downstairs, and Roy's walking past, and I'm like, it's one of those surreal moments. So to have Roy with us is really, really good. And that fight against Marley Mason, nobody wanted to fight Roy's fighter, Mandeep, because he's a current WBF world champion. But Marley, you just ring him up and he'll go, I'll fight anyone. As I said on an interview the other day, he's the kind of guy who'd have a fight with himself in a phone box. He will stand 10 rounds and go toe-to-toe. And let's see if Mandeep can take that heat. You know, Mandeep's more experienced and maybe technically a bit better, but styles make fights.
One of my best mates is going to be here tonight also, Spencer Oliver. He's got the tall order of being the captain of the UK team against the iconic Hall of Fame, arguably the best boxer to ever do it, Roy Jones, captaining the USA team. So I do feel like from across the pond we brought in something of a ringer. We know that Oliver is going to have all the energy and he's going to be shouting. You'll probably hear him on camera. Even in the early bouts, he's going to be fully invested, but Roy Jones is a smooth operator, an understated real legend that will just be whispering those gems in the ears of the USA fighters. So as I said, I'm torn, but when it comes to the top of that team, those captains, I think the USA has got the best man in the corner.
Let's see. I mean, I don't think you can argue that Roy, his career, no offence, Spence is my boy, but you can't argue that Roy's probably not the more decorated fighter, but is he a better team captain? Let's see. Last time it was a draw, same captains. Their chemistry is great. They get on brilliantly, but let's get it right. Neither of them want to lose. It's bragging rights for the team captains as much as it is the fighters. And you know, the biggest thing with the fighters, when they fought last time, it was the pressure fighting for a team. Normally you go in and you fight on your own in the ring. Yes, you're fighting for your corner team and your gym and your family and your friends, but you're on your own. But Harvey Horn will tell you firsthand, when we were 3-2 down last time, we needed to win that to get a draw. And he said afterwards the pressure was just immense. But he got the win, and we'll come away victorious tonight for sure.
Nobody is more competitive than fighters, even when they're no longer fighting and they're trainers or they're captains of a team. best believe both of these captains want to win badly. And so we'll see which captain can make the adjustments. Both of these guys have some excellent talent to look forward to putting in the ring and mentoring through this process. And being here, we must mention once more at the Chelsea Football Club hallowed ground. What an honor it is to be in this environment, and I think the fighters are completely up for it. It's a beautiful scene set in there. I mean, talk to me about the energy that we're going to have when those lights come up and those fighters climb through the ropes.
Yeah, it's amazing. As I said, we've picked a different venue. We've been here now. It's all set up. We're literally about to go live as soon as this interview finishes. So we're opening up, and the sun's still shining because the clocks have gone forward, right? So it feels like it's summertime. It's going to be great. The atmosphere's building up. There's more and more people walking past. We're expecting to sell out. It's a slightly different vibe. You know, we've gone for a dinner kind of theme. So the food is an American-style menu. We had to let them win something.
The Americans are going to be eating tonight. That's why. It's lights up right now, but I guarantee you there's going to be lights out when those bells ring. Somebody is going down, and each one of these fighters wants to get a KO tonight, so the action is going to be lively. Welcome to the show. Radio Raheem here at Battle at the Bridge with John. Everyone here is so excited about the fight, and we're going to stop talking so you can get to the action. Enjoy Battle at the Bridge on Fightzone and talkSPORT's boxing YouTube channel. Radio Raheem live on talkSPORT Network for Fightzone. We are inside the Grand Hall at Chelsea Football Club with the two captains that are running the show for each team, USA and UK, Spencer Oliver and the legend, the Hall of Fame, Roy Jones Jr. Welcome to the show, fellas.
Thank you very much, sir. And listen, before we start the show, actually, we was watching that little build-up to the show there. Did you go with our man, Mr. Roy Jones there? I think you threw me under the bus a little bit there, Radio.
I threw you under one wheel. Listen, you're my best mate on this side of the pond, but I gotta say, I think you're outmatched tonight.
I get it.
The legend Roy Jones Jr. has got to have all the moves, but you've got all the energy. How are you gonna best him?
Oh, listen, look, in the ring, you can't compete with this man. Not just the best pound-for-pound boxer of the 90s and early 2000s, but you could arguably say one of the best fighters of all time, the best that ever laced them up, man. So
thank you, brother.
For me to go against you, Roy, is an absolute honour. We've done that in Brownsville for the first one out in Texas.
Yep.
It was 3-3. We had a count back. There was the equal amount of knockdowns, and yeah, it was a really exciting contest. So we had to do it again, and where better to do it than here in Stamford Bridge? And I mean, the atmosphere already building out there. We've just got a fight on before we kick off the transatlantic clash, the 5v5, which means, Roy, this time someone is going to get a winner.
Somebody got to go home with a trophy. You know, I always wanted to come here and fight. Never got a chance to. They had big fights, Ali Cooper, a lot of different fights here. But I got to come for the first time, the first big night at Chelsea Football Club. I love it. I love doing things first. So this is awesome, awesome atmosphere. I'm looking forward to bringing the pressure tonight.
Well, this is Battle at the Bridge, and we have two warriors in their own right. Yes, Roy Jones is probably the better man inside the ring, but I got to tell you, Spencer is the best man with the gift of gab. I don't know anybody who could motivate a fighter or motivate a team like Spencer Oliver can. You've got fighters underneath you. It's got to be a new experience for being a fighter yourself. Not really a trainer, but what does it require to be a captain and get these guys ready?
Well, listen, Roy will echo what I'm saying here. It's like when you compete for your country, and we've both done that at a very high level. Roy was a silver medalist at the Seoul Olympics. Our boxing and Commonwealth Games picking up a silver medal as well. And that team spirit brings the best out in you. You know, you're not just fighting for yourself, but you're fighting for your country, fighting for your nation. And trust me, that does something. And what we've done is we've taken that concept and translated it into the professional ring. It's something new. And like all the guys that are up there, I went into Roy's dressing rooms. I see the boys there, and they're all pulling each other through there, and there's a real team spirit. I went into the UK dressing rooms, and there is exactly the same there as well. You know, George Groves is up there with Lucas Rohrig, who for me is going to be a star of the future. 3-0, as you mentioned earlier, as a cruiserweight, and he's looking to put on a show. But he's got a hard fight here against one of Roy's guys, and it's like, it's just one of those things. The team spirit brings out the best in fighters. And you know when you get like a local derby, and like you'll get one team that is the big favourite, but the other team has always got a shot. That's what we got here with the team UK versus USA. You look at records and you look at fights, there's some 50-50s there and there's some fights there you go, he should win. But none of us really know.
Roy, you have trained fighters, and now you're captaining a whole team of fighters. What's that experience like, and what do you bring to the table?
Well, it's very different because you can't really give a lot of personal advice. You just got to kind of give more of a team-type chemistry advice, you know what I mean? So you got to motivate a whole team. It's a little different. With Mandeep, I can tell Mandeep what to do directly because I've been training Mandeep. But everybody else, I got to speak on them as a whole. So it's a little bit different, but like he said, that team camaraderie is everything. You know what I'm saying? When you got people, you don't want to be the guy that lost or cost the team a victory. You understand me? And that puts a lot of pressure on a lot of people.
This is the transatlantic clash. That means both sides of the pond are looking for bragging rights. First time out, it was a draw. That satisfies nobody. Came down to the very last fight, though, which lets you know these are 50-50 fights all the way up the card. However, this time, somebody's got to walk away with their hand raised. Talk to me about, Roy, when it was the debate whether or not the home of boxing was in the UK or in the USA. I think you were one of the men that kept it on our side of the pond and let us have bragging rights that the home of boxing was the USA. What does it mean to be now representing the country?
Was USA. No longer is, but was USA. When I was in my prime, it was the USA. Now that has changed. It has transcended to the UK. This is the home of boxing. So my guys should be very fortunate to have the opportunity to come and perform in front of people who love boxing. You got to think about it. When a big guy goes from the UK to America, thousands of people go with him. A big fighter comes from America to the UK, hundreds go with him. That says it all right there. You feel me? So this place is the mecca of boxing right now.
Spencer, I know that it gets ruckus in the pub. I know that as soon as you are seen in the streets, everybody dogpiles you, wants to know what's happening in boxing. But now you stand as the captain of the UK team. You cannot let these Yankees come over here and take that trophy away. What does it mean to you to keep it right here at home?
Listen, it's always about bragging rights for sure, but you know, it's no secret, I've got a tough job on my hands. When a team is being guided by one of the best to ever do it, you know, you can imagine the American team spirit up there right now, you know, the pride that they've got there. They don't want to let their country down, and then travelling over here is an opportunity for them now. When I was boxing back in the day, you know, just for us to go over to America was a big thing because they were ruling the roost then. Things have turned around a little bit now. The UK is the place to be. It's become the mecca of boxing in many ways. People like coming here, and it's a great opportunity for some of these young guys, you know, that are coming off, starting their careers, developing as fighters, and that is really important. And this journey that they're on now is something that they're going to remember for the rest of their lives.
It really is an iconic night because I love the concept. We've got UK versus USA tonight. However, this promotion will branch out to many other countries, and depending on who wins, we might see USA versus India, we might see UK versus Germany. There are so many possible matchups, and the world's gotten so much smaller with the advent of the internet, giving these young guys opportunity.
You've been talking to someone, haven't you? Because I think that was the conversation we were having. Roy's fighter, who's on the bill later on, and he's boxing Marley Mason in the top of the bill contest here, and it will come down. That will probably be the decider on who wins, who gets victory. But Mandeep Jenga, for you guys that haven't seen this kid, he can fight. He can really fight, and he's one of Roy's guys, and he's been under Roy's wing, and this kid's come here to win, you know. But we're talking about doing UK, India with Mandeep, you know, topping the bill over there, and you can imagine the atmosphere and the superstar that he's becoming over in India. We're talking about going to Cancun in Mexico. We're going to travel, man, and this is just the start of an amazing journey, and what an honour to be doing it with this man to my left, Mr. Roy Jones Jr.
Indeed, that's why I slipped USA in there just in case we do win tonight, and there's so much talent on the card. So many of the guys that are on each of your teams are going to get seen for the first time tonight, as well they should. So let's take a look at the matchups that we have on the card here at the Chelsea Football Club for Battle at the Bridge.
Yes, I mean, look, let's talk through some of those fighters there. Young Jack Hughes, a flyweight who's got a lot of experience, and he's got a tough fight there against Morales. I mean, Roy, I'll bring you in on this one when we're looking at this here. Jack Hughes, who we know is tough, he's proven, but he's going in against a very experienced guy in Morales as well.
Very experienced. Morales got about 54 pro fights. Very good guy, knows what he's doing. Just not as busy as you want sometimes, but he definitely knows what he's doing.
I mean, let's move down here. This is George Groves Hughes' kid here, Lucas Rowerig. He's going in against Brian Jones. Now, I don't know too much about Brian Jones, but I know a lot about Rowerig. Like, he's a cruiserweight, he's 3-0 now. I commentated on his debut. I'd heard a lot about him, not seen him, but I can tell you now, mark my words, this kid will go on and win a world title. He's that good.
Yeah, I heard he's that good. I haven't seen a lot of him, but I heard a lot about him, and he has a great trainer, so looking forward to what George can do with him.
And there's an interesting one here as well, Ignat. He is a tough kid. He's just had a great win, actually, against Scott Forrest, another unbeaten fighter. That was on Sky TV, but that's where it was a coming-of-age fight for him in many ways. And again, Stanley Johnson, tell us about this guy.
Stanley Johnson, pretty strong puncher. He'll definitely be in the contest for a little while, and we'll see what happens. Whoever lands the biggest shot first, I think will be victorious.
And Arnie Dawson. Tough kid. You've seen him before. He boxed
Very
over in the States. Divinet Jones, I mean, I don't know about this guy either, but Arnie Dawson, Roy, you've seen him, you've been there. He showed his heart, and he's an unbeaten fighter. I mean, tell us a little bit about Jones.
Jones is a very good fighter too, but he does have his hand full with Arnie, because Arnie last time was one of the better fighters that you guys had. So no matter what Devontae brings, it's going to be tough for him against Arnie, because Arnie's at home, and Arnie's a great fighter. I think he'll be a champion one day too.
And this one really excites me now. We got Marley Mason against your guy Mandeep Jenga. Now, you don't have to tell me about Jenga, because I know him. We spent a bit of time. We stayed in the Cayman Islands together, and I got up close and personal with him. He's not just a lovely guy, but he's a great fighter. Very unpredictable, actually, and deceptive, because you look at him and you think he's going to run and he's going to be on the back foot, but this kid comes to fight. He's very tough. But guess what? Marley Mason, one of those kids, you go, yeah, he's lost a couple, but I said, there, listen, Marley, you've got to fight. You've got a big fight. I said, do you want to know who you fight? He said, no, I don't care who I'm fighting. Just put me on the bill. This is going to be a great fight.
This is going to be a very good one. Both of these guys love to fight, look forward to fighting, and don't care who they are fighting. Mandeep is the exact same way. He don't care who it is, coacher. You just tell me who, and we go. And I love that.
I've just pressed the button. Did you see that, Radio? I pressed the button right there.
I saw it coming up right there. When you get this much action and that kind of talent on the card, everybody wants a little piece. So let's give our sponsors a chance to have a word.
Just a reminder, there is a full bar upstairs.
welcome back to the Transatlantic Clash Battle at the Bridge here at Chelsea Football Club on talkSPORT Network. The first fight is coming up. We're just moments away from the fighters stepping in the ring for USA versus UK. First up, we have Jack Hughes and Jesus Morales. Both team captains are here to break that first fight down. Oliver?
Yeah, listen, there's no breaking it down from my side with Jack Hughes. Like I said, you know, it is what it says on the tin. The kid's tough. He's been there, seen it, done it. He's boxed for titles before. He's just fell short. But this is all about opportunity. And, you know, me and Roy have been talking about this off air. You go, these kids see this as a huge thing. Like, so Jack Hughes has a lot of experience, been around a long, long time. Guess what? He said this is the highlight of his career. One, because he's going up against Team USA, captained by Roy Jones Jr., but he said it's something to tell the kids, something to tell them. And he feels like that's re-stoked the fire in his belly. He was talking about retiring, going away from the sport because he's had a tough career. Now he's back, baby. He's ready to go, and he goes in against Morales.
Morales is a guy who also has a lot of experience, so he's no rookie to the game. He definitely knows what he's doing. He knows he's in for a tough night, but hey, this is what it's all about.
Now, we know as boxing goes, you start with the lesser-known fighters and you build to the main event, the guys who have the most name recognition and a lot of times the best records. But what does it mean when it's a team effort? How the tone gets started by the first fight.
Well, listen, like you're talking about that, you go, but look at the main event there with Mandeep Jenga, who's like 11-1, and he's competed at a top level. He beat Corey McIntosh last time out, you know, in a brilliant performance where he really, really impressed me. And you got Marley Mason, who's won 5, lost 2. He's got a little bit of a patchy record, but the kid comes to fight. And this is about opportunity. This is not about, you know, the best fighting the best or whatever. This is about opportunity. And both these kids will take that with both hands.
Roy, knowing what it is to be a trainer in the corner, and then also having fighters who feel the responsibility to carry the team and to set the tone for the first fighter out, what would you like to see from him?
You want to see him come out and set the pace. You want to see him come out and get a win to give us a winning start. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to come out and start out losing because now you put us on a bad foot. You understand me? We want to come out with the right shoe on. Win first and let's go from there.
Roy, just quickly, I wanted to ask Roy something about this team spirit thing with the US and everything else. You had that unbelievable performances out in the Seoul Olympics, yes, and the robbery in the final where you won the silver medal. But talk to us a little bit about what that US team spirit was like then and what it meant for you and your fellow team partners.
The spirit is always a big thing because now we're not fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for our country. And we have to unite as a team to try to come together and collectively win for our side. You understand me? Nothing against nobody else, but you got to try to collectively get the victory for your team. This time our team is Team USA like I was when I was in the Olympics.
Have you passed that knowledge onto your team?
They know it already, I hope. Right. And if they don't, they will know when I talk to them in the back.
All right.
It must be said that you mentioned the Olympics, and it's so important that the Olympics are back in boxing this time around in Los Angeles. And you see young fighters like this getting an opportunity globally, getting to be on the big stage as a team, having captains with the names of Roy Jones and Spencer Oliver. It inspires the youth, the amateurs, to compete, shows them that there's something here, even at the mid-level, where they can shine. It's so important to have this kind of promotion. So credit to Fightzone, Dennis Hobson, credit to talkSPORT Network for showing and showcasing this young talent, and the first of which is going to be in the ring in absolutely no time. I really can't wait to see these guys perform. When they come out, what do you feel like is the opportunities that may be available to them once they get a stage this big? You've been a fighter. What's it like to have that kind of opportunity?
It's team representation. That's exactly what it is, and that's what they're going to have here. You know, here we go to see Morales now warming up. He's getting ready. They're going to open the show, the Transatlantic Clash. These guys, look, this kid looks focused. Roy, you know him well, but he doesn't look phased at all.
He's not phased. He's very focused, and he's looking forward to coming out and trying to shock the crowd. He's on away turf, so he has to come in and show the people who he really is. You understand me? And that's a beautiful thing. So what else I like, though, is the fact that we cut out all the guessing. We put out 50-50 fights. You don't know who's going to win. You come in and watch good boxing, you're going to get good fights because it's not guaranteed that anybody's going to win.
I love the energy from Roy and Spencer all the time, man. I feel like you guys are about to get into a fight. When you see the determination in Morales' eyes, you can tell that this is not just, oh, I'm opening bout. Each one of these guys, as you said, has come to make a statement. They want to make this night their own.
Radio, this is about stealing the show. You know, this is an individual sport. Yes, there's a team thing going on here and there's team spirit here, but every guy wants to win, you know? And it's like Roy said there before, you know, when he's representing the US, you go, it's not just about letting yourself down, but you don't want to let the other guys down. Say if we go 2 apiece, which could well be the case here when you're looking down that line there, and it comes down to the final fight, like it did out in Brownsville, Texas, just a few months ago, and you're there, you go, you don't want to let your team down. So losing one fight, if you go 1-0 down, we've only got 5 fights going on here. So you don't want to let the team down, do you understand? So it's not just about you, man, and that's the beauty of the concept that we've got right now.
And that being said, I got to go out here so I can talk to my team a little bit. So I think it's good. We got where we got to go. Y'all know I'm coming to take the victory. Just like he tried to come take the victory in the U.S., I got to come over here and try to take the victory. I love the UK, but I got to go get my team right.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know who's the better captain, the guy who runs back and talks to his team, or the guy who stands here and talks his team up so that the world viewing can get an idea of who and how good these guys are. I'm going to let the first captain battle happen right now. I think the two of you have just stated what kind of captains you are.
Exactly.
You are so invested in making sure that these guys win and have the best possible opportunity to be seen by the world. So credit to you, Roy. I'm going to let you go see your man.
Thank you,
get
guys.
Your team together. I'm going to keep you here.
Hey,
all right.
Good luck, my brother.
All right, boss.
Good luck, my brother.
All right, my man. Good luck.
And I know that your guys depend on you for that engine. I mean, I even get inspired as a broadcaster when you come on. What is it like? What is it like making sure that your guys come in with the right energy, their focus?
Listen, I'm going to let you into a little secret, yeah? Has he gone? Has he gone? No, he's not gone yet. He's going now. I didn't want to say it there. Right, so I'm going to let you into a little secret. I've been in and I've given my guys the pet talk. I've already done it. See, Roy's had to run up there now and do it. But now we're getting close. So the nervous energy's in, the reality's kicked in. They now know, you know, you're thinking about it, you're building it up, but can you deal with the nerves and and all of that build up, right? So there's some of them kids up there. It's the first time they've travelled out to the US. It's a big thing for them, right? So I'm giving my team the pet talk. I'm doing it early doors. So we've been up there. I've spoke to each and every one of them individually. You know, we've had that team talk. It was important. So Roy's gone off to do it now, but mine's already done. Mine's already prepped.
Maybe Roy's a little nervous. He talked your guys up too good, and now he needs to go and get their minds right. The first fight is up. There's no more talking from us. Let's throw to the announcer and get Hughes and Morales in this ring.
Okay, let's go.
Please welcome to the ring, in the ring word, Jose Morales. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring, Jack Hughes.
A very good evening, everybody, live on Fightzone and talkSPORT from here at Stamford Bridge from Brownsville, southwest Texas, and a tie in the first transatlantic clash. We are live in West London, transatlantic clash number 2, the Battle of the Bridge, all set to get underway at bantamweight. Here comes Jack Hughes. Jose Morales is already waiting in the ring to get us underway, and we've got a brilliant atmosphere. We're thrilled to be here. Paul Dempsey on commentary duty, to be joined tonight by Spencer Oliver, captain of Team GB, and the one and only Roy Jones Jr.
From Chelsea FC, this is the transatlantic clash. Brought to you by Dennis Dawson and Steve Crump Promotions in association with the Fight Academy and Fightzone. It's the Battle at the Bridge. The fights are sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Officials in attendance are the area representative Nigel Thomas, along with Dennis Reese, supported by Gary Hubb, Terry Fleming, and Christian Scotsman Williamson. The bell is about to ring. Let the battle begin. All right, fans. 5 rounds of boxing in the bantamweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner. And he's weighing in 115 pounds. Wearing black gloves and gold trims. A record of 31 wins, 17 losses, 4 draws. From Houston, Texas,
Amy Pooh is the referee for the first of 5 fights. Transatlantic Clash number 2 here tonight at Stamford Bridge. And we're all set to get underway.
Round 1.
Jack Hughes representing Team GB or UK, take your pick, in against Josue Morales, Zurdo Morales from Houston, Texas. Morales is a southpaw. He's got the black trunks with the gold trim. What an historic initiative. Thrilled to be part of this tonight. Delighted to be invited, actually, as we break new ground here in the West Stand, the stage in one of the most famous of all London sporting venues, of course, but unlike Wembley Stadium, old and new, Highbury in the old days, or the Emirates now, the home of Tottenham Hotspur, old and new, White Hart Lane or the new stadium, or indeed West Ham, old and new, Upton Park and the London Stadium. All of those great venues have seen many big boxing occasions over the decades. And at last, Chelsea joined the club over a century without boxing at the bridge until tonight. Spencer, you set it up so well. Let's focus on Hughes' performance in these opening stages. What did you tell him, Spencer? What did you tell him?
Yeah, listen, we had that team, we had that conversation up in there, the team talk, you know, this is about the team spirit here, and that really seems to spur these fighters on, you know. Jack Hughes has had a good career, he's boxed for titles, he's been around some time, as has Morales, and I think for Jack Hughes, he was looking for something to restoke the fire in many ways, and he got it here with this team spirit, UK versus USA, the one that we had out in Texas in November of last year, down in Brownsville actually, was an incredible event, and the team spirit was really there. We drew 3-all, we done a count back, it went down to knockdowns, who was down the most, it was level again, so Roy Jones Jr. wanted to come back over here and turn me over on home soil, but Jack Hughes really fancies this one against the experienced Morales.
He seems to take on board what you told him about making a good start, not for himself but for the team, and there are scenarios in a tight team contest tonight where every single round is going to count. We'll give you the details on that as we go tonight. So Hughes making the going, but he's a very wily operator, as Spencer alluded to there, is Morales. He's not rushing into anything. He's not falling over that extended right leg, Spencer, and making himself a big target for Hughes. He's staying tucked up, trying to keep his balance, and he's really asking Hughes to keep on making the pace, isn't he?
Yep, nice tight defence here from Morales, who's keeping his hands up well, boxing out of that southpaw stance, but you can see there the energy from Hughes. He really fancies this as well. He's trying to draw Morales in here, is carrying that lead, left hand down low, just trying to force Morales to throw that backhand, step in and make a fundamental mistake, but Morales doing the right thing, keeping composed and not taking the bait.
So thunderous applause. We've got a fantastic crowd here tonight, and it's a venue which stretches on both sides. As you look, our viewers on talkSPORT tonight may just be wondering about that, but the crowd is very deep on both sides of the ring.
Yeah, tremendous turnout we've had here, and is some of the action in that first round. The opening round was quite a tight round, actually. Morales kept nice and composed. Hughes there trying to use variety, switch the shots up, and maybe just done enough to steal that first round in a very competitive one. And you just suspect that actually, as this fight goes on, it could come down to the wire. Very evenly matched, and that's what we've got, Paul, through this whole event here. The 5 fights we've got some tremendous talent on from both sides of the pond. But back to this one, good start from Hughes.
So Hughes, what do you prefer, Team GB or Team UK, Spencer?
I think it's Team UK. I think we go Team UK versus Team USA.
Yes. Hughes, Team UK, green and white trunks, as persistent as they come through his career, and work rate is the key, I think, to victory for him in this fight. He's won the Southern Area title at super flyweight. It took him 3 goes to win that title, actually, and after a couple of defeats in a row, this is a chance, as Spencer has said, to restate his claims at British level in another sense. We'll focus on that also a little bit later. Morales, the southpaw, 32 years of age, never been stopped. 1 or 2 high points for him came early in his career. He actually fought at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the fabled Staples Center, against Bam Bam Rodriguez, who of course has become one of the top 10-15 fighters in the world, pound for pound.
Yeah, listen, I would say top 5 fighters in the world now. Bam Bam Rodriguez has gone from strength to strength, so that tells you the experience that Morales has got, and he's having a good round here, Morales, who's keeping that lead foot on the outside of Hughes, and Hughes just making a fundamental mistake by falling in just a little bit. He has to regroup, get himself back together.
Amy Pooh's having a word here. 1 or 2 little signs of frustration from Hughes' point of view, perhaps, Spencer. He has got all the tricks, hasn't he, Morales? And what's noticeable as well is the complete absence of panic here tonight in this bear pit at Stamford Bridge under the West Stand. I'm coming back to you. It's brilliant.
Absolutely. What a venue we've got here, and it is yeah, a real opportunity for these fighters. And Morales has been there, seen it, done it. As you said, you know, Staples Center, Bam Bam Rodriguez. Do you get any bigger than that? Can we get any bigger than that? So this is like water off a duck's back for him here, coming in to the Lions' Den, if you like, and that's Jack Hughes' home.
I think he's beginning to up the ante a little bit here, is Morales. 1 or 2 little suggestions that Hughes is finding Morales hits quite hard, deceptively hard, I think.
Yep, I think that Hughes is just struggling to work Morales out in this round. He's trying to be creative. He's trying to switch downstairs and fake those shots in, but Morales just seems to be getting a bit closer in this one. And that tight guard that he's got, he's just letting those shots go. Timing is right in this one for Morales, and he may be just stealing this second round.
Hughes is getting a little bit out of shape here, isn't he, Spencer?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing here. He's trying to be creative, like I say, and find those openings, but in doing that, maybe just overthinking a little and allowing Morales to get off with the shots first.
Noticeably, Hughes has had to give ground on any number of occasions in this second round. Looking for that right hand down the pipe, maybe as an equaliser in the round. Same shot with a few seconds to go. Neither has landed. That one did.
Yeah, that was a good bit of success there from Hughes. He needed that one. Solid right hand through the middle. That's the key shot. But look at the response there from Morales. Comes back with a left hand of his own.
That was a fairly hot round and a really lively showing from Jose Morales.
Yeah, nice work there from Morales, who just seemed to figure Hughes out a little bit, didn't he? Kept nice and composed, hands held tight, and was just shooting, and the timing was correct. He was letting the shots go at the right time. Hughes maybe just overthinking that a little bit there, as we see some of the action in that second round. There we see Hughes there, look, trying to be creative, go downstairs and lands a beautiful right hand through the middle. But here's the response here from Morales, who's having none of it, but let some good shots of his own go.
Smart pressure from Jose Morales for most of that round. This could be a tight start to the evening, I think, Spencer. And again, Amy Pooh, the referee, just wants some to tidy it up just a little bit.
Yeah, she's just trying to be firm there, Paul, isn't she? Trying to get a grip of this one so it doesn't get out of hand. It's always good that you get a referee that wants to be firm, you know, because it keeps the fighters in control.
They've got the message now. But at close quarters, Hughes is seeking to get his shoulders over Morales. He is the taller fighter. And just move him around at will. Morales is very wily and moves out of that.
Good left hand through the middle, but good response there from Hughes as well. And Hughes now just trying to step it up. You just sense he's trying to turn the screw here in this third round. He'll know this is close, and it's only a 5-round contest.
Same routine from Hughes. Trying to pin him on the rope. Uses physical power. He could be one of those guys, though, Morales, Spencer, that is deceptively strong despite his smaller frame.
Well, yeah, that's like the guy that he boxed and the guy that he lost to in Bam Bam Rodriguez. Very small, doesn't look particularly powerful, but boy is he. You know, you come from that part of the world, they're born tough. You know, I think it's in their DNA, and Morales has that in his DNA. You can see that.
He had the temerity to nick the nickname of Zurdo, the top cruiserweight star, Gilberto Ramirez. Apparently doesn't mind too much, thinks it's a bit of a compliment.
Yeah, you got some big shoes to fill there, that's for sure.
You've got to be good, haven't you?
Absolutely.
But he is pretty good.
He is good, but I tell you what, Jack Hughes is having a good round here. He's found that range again, he's taken control again here. He's popping out the jab and not stepping in with that, which is good. He's not falling over that, but he's found the range with that right hand, so having a better round here, Hughes.
It's pretty tight both ways.
Jab there again from him, and you're right, Paul, in what you say here. That's good work to the body from Hughes, but good response from Morales. You're right in what you say, Paul. This one, you can split them with a knife edge here. It's that tight.
But we are picking up pretty much as we left off in Brownsville in southwestern Texas in the transatlantic clash number 1, with very competitive matches. That's what the fans have come to see tonight. That's what the fans watching with us on Fightzone and on talkSPORT tonight. That's what they want. We're delighted to have the company of all the viewers on talkSPORT. Live boxing and hard fought boxing. Two fellas who've tasted life at championship level in their respective territories, and now looking to use this as a big platform to start moving forward in their careers again.
Another close round here from both of these guys who've been, you know, action's been swinging one way, then the other. Real seesaw of action in that round, but maybe Jack Hughes just doing enough again there to turn it back round, and maybe just in his favour, Paul. We're 3 rounds down, and these rounds have all been very close. Subjective scoring. I've got Jack Hughes 2 rounds to 1 up going into this 4th round, but this is one of those contests very, very close. Here's some of the action in that round. There we see Morales with the left hands. Hughes coming back with some good right hands of his own. This really is tit for tat, shot for shot in there at the moment, and it is what you like.
Yeah. Do you think that the results that he's dropped last time out, for example, against Jack Williams for Hughes, do you think that that's given this performance a little bit of anxiety from Hughes' point of view tonight so far, Spencer? I've got to win this.
Well, listen, speaking to Jack Hughes, that's exactly how he feels. This is now team spirit, Paul, and this is where we've taken that amateur concept. And I was speaking to Roy Jones Jr. about that, you know, when he won the silver in the Seoul Olympics and he was robbed in the final, but he was talking about, you know, that team spirit and not just wanting to lose, you know, not just wanting to win for yourself, but win for your country. And if you lose, you know, you feel like you've let the team down, and that's what we've got here with these ones. And Jack Hughes was sort of like echoing that when he was saying, listen, it's not just about me now. This is a new thing where I can tell my kids I went in against the USA, and it's something that's going to stick for me. The highlight of my career, actually. But he said, it's all about winning. I must win, because if we lose 3-2, I've been a part of that if I lose.
Morales saw a moment of opportunity there as Hughes lost his balance. I think he's trying to carry the whole team on his back a little bit, Hughes, at the moment. as we head into the latter stages of this opening contest of the 5 which count here tonight. There are other fights on the card, but we're bringing you the 5 fights in the transatlantic clash number 2. This is matchup number 1, setting the tone for their team if they can, these two.
Lovely work there from Morales, doubling up the jab, left hand through the middle and then went again. He went phase 2. That was good work, and Morales maybe just doing enough in this round. Hughes, maybe signs of desperation there, just getting a little bit over eager, and this is where he needs to create the space, step back just a little bit, just smothering his work there.
Morales, cool, calm and composed. There's a little respite for Hughes with the gum shield out. We had a real go about that on talkSPORT, didn't we? I've had the letters, the phone calls since.
Absolutely.
That's a story for another night, anyway.
Saturday fight night. What a show that was, by the way. Yeah, brilliant stuff.
It was great to be on it with you. Thank you for the invite. So, from Morales' point of view here, Spencer, it's all in a day's work, really. That's what I love about this kid. He's fought all over Mexico, United States, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Nicaragua, and I'm told that he's already due and expected in the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood a few days from now, with the next one scheduled next Friday night.
Yep, I think he's got 3 fights scheduled, actually. You know, that tells you, just how tough this kid and how confident he is, but he stayed nice and relaxed, nice and composed, and he's had a good 4th round here as well. He's landed some good left hands through the middle. Hughes, throwing the good shots of his own, maybe just guilty of smothering his own work. You see him there, Paul, just leaning on where he just needs to hold his shape, step back a little bit to create that space, and I think they're just smothering it a little bit there, but there's been a nice look about Morales in this round again, and this one's going to come all down to the wire for me. I think that we go 20 seconds in this 4th round, and for me, Morales may have just done the better work in this round, which gives it 2 rounds apiece.
Just not been able to make the jab his best friend tonight, Jack Hughes, in this fight so far, and it's getting a bit late now, isn't it? It's harem-scarem stuff. Maybe the other factor for Hughes, as we hear the bell at the end of the round, is simply that he's gone from fighting in 10-round area title fights to a 5-round sprint.
Well, that's always a problem as well, because you get used to and you get conditioned to that, and when you're doing those 10 rounds, it's all about pacing yourself and setting the standards early in the fight and just gradually growing into it, and getting, and as the rounds go on, you pick the pace up. So Hughes dropping down to that 5 rounds really is like a sprint, and there's some of the action in there again. This was the good work from Morales, who was having success, Paul, with that left hand, that backhand through the middle there. Lovely shot there, just seemed to knock Hughes off his balance there. I think he was more off balance than hurt, but it was a good round there from Morales.
The great man is among us tonight. What a great companion, colleague, superstar of the ring, Roy Jones, but he's got his game face on against Spencer Oliver. Live here tonight on talkSPORT and on Fightzone. It's all on this closing round in the first of the 5 matches in the Transatlantic Clash Mark II.
Well, what a lovely start here from Morales, who just landed a peach of an uppercut there with a backhand, followed by some good left hands through the middle as well. Hughes, just hands are just starting to come down, maybe a bit of fatigue starting to set in now, but there's a solid look around Morales, who holds that centre of the ring well, and Hughes now just needs to bite down on his gum shield and roll the dice here.
Yeah. They're confident in that Morales corner. There's one or two other fighters from yesteryear who've travelled with the Roy Jones team, and exuding confidence, I must say. Morales boxing with authority. Very well organised performance. It's been a very energetic showing from Hughes, maybe not as well organised.
Yeah, I think you nailed that, Paul. Well organised performance here from Morales, who hasn't got deterred at all. He's stuck to his game plan and he's looked solid the whole way through. I think that Hughes has definitely been having his moments in this one, and it's razor tight, but Morales just looks like he's finishing the stronger of the two here. Can Hughes find something? Can he dig deep and find something in this 5th and final round? It could come down to this last 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Perception's so important as well, though, Spencer, isn't it? We've seen Hughes try trying to load up, trying to let a big bomb or two go, and unfortunately for him and Team UK, when he's done that, Morales has not been deterred at all. Basically, he's walked through them.
Yeah, I think they're huge. You know, when you show those sort of like little airs of desperation, you make those fundamental mistakes, and at this level, you can't afford to do that with someone that's as composed and as experienced as Morales, who's kept tight, and he looks for those holes and looks for those mistakes, and he'll make you pay. And that's exactly what he's done here as this fight is wore on. Hughes now with the hands have dropped lower, and there's still a solid look around Morales, who's landing the cleaner shots. And you see there's no real thought process about what Hughes is doing as he's coming in, just starting to fall in a little bit now, and Morales picking the shots well.
Hughes needs to find a peach of an uppercut. I don't think I've seen him throw one uppercut in his whole fight, but if he could do that, maybe that might stop Morales in his tracks. I think he does need to show something. Last 30 seconds now of this opening fight at bantamweight, a division Spencer knows so well, of course.
Yep, he gets some tough guys down in the lighter weights, and he definitely gets some tougher guys from over the other side of the pond, from the US, from South America. That's where they're comfortable. A lot of them are smaller guys, and Morales is one of those guys who's competed at a great level. And what a great contest actually we've had here. For me, Morales has done enough in that last round to maybe have just nicked that, but a great contest, and it's going to be down, Paul, I think, to the subjective scoring and what way the judges really fancied this one, what they were really looking for. But for me, I think Morales has done enough.
Morales is taking the applause. It's good sporting crowd. It's a real boxing crowd. That's what I'm loving about this place tonight as well. I know there's a bit of glitz and glamour around the glamorous names like Spencer Oliver and Roy Jones Jr., but it's proper boxing people watching this, and they appreciate good craftsmanship, and they've seen it from Morales tonight. Hughes has got to hope that the pressure caught the eye of the people with the scorecards.
Yeah, it's a close one, this one. 47 to 48 for me on the scorecards in favour of Morales. I think he's just nicked it by a round, but it's going to be interesting to see which way the judges have gone here.
Jay Edson is our master of ceremonies here at Stamford Bridge tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring Dawson, Steve Duran, our promoters, for this transatlantic match that we're having tonight. Give a round of applause for these guys. Thank you. They are presenting a limited edition transatlantic Fightzone ring that's crafted by Bertrand Farah to these five fighters. Big round of applause for these two guys. Ladies and gentlemen, with a score of 49 to 46, your winner in the blue corner,
USA strike first here at Stamford Bridge. Paswell Morales got it. Jack Hughes looks very disappointed indeed. And our promoter-in-chief, Dennis Hobson, along with Steve Crump, has mementos for all the fighters involved here. Something to show for all their efforts. But I think you call it absolutely spot on, Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, I absolutely did. I think it was a very close fight, and I think that Jack Hughes had his moments in there, but the experience of Morales just shone through as that fight wore on. Morales has got the experience, he's boxed at that level, and he just worked Hughes out, and it was a good contest, a close contest, but the right man won. USA won, UK 0.
Back to the transatlantic clash, battle at the bridge, with the first fight having gone underway and the USA one up on the UK. Jose Morales bringing the first victory home for the USA team. Let's hear from him and Stacey Copeland.
Really, really good fight. I know you're coming off a loss. How important was it to get those rounds under your belt and start to feel comfortable in there?
It was very important, especially for my career, like as far as like motivation, because you know, we came over to the UK and we had to make a statement. So that was a fight that we needed.
I know that Jack had prepared with lots of southpaw sparring and tricky southpaws like you, very skillful, very difficult to pin down. What was your game plan going in there tonight?
Really just take whatever he does. We have a lot of experience, I think, under our belt now, and we can box, we can come forward, we can do a lot of things, so we're ready to adapt to whatever he did different. We're ready.
It was a really good performance.
Thank you.
How have you found it this week coming over to the UK?
A little bit hard trying to adjust, you know, to the time and all that, and trying to get off the plane. We're supposed to be here Monday. We got here a day late, but it's just all mental, really. We try to sleep as much as we can, rest, and just stay focused on what we got to do tonight, and we got the job done, thank God.
And finally, you've got the first win. You've got the USA off the mark with a first victory. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot, you know, to represent the United States, especially out overseas. You know, we're on this side, and it means a lot to me to be the first win of the night. So hopefully our team can get more wins tonight.
And I know it was really important, Raheem, for his dad to get some recognition. I know he really wants to say thank you to him, and he more than did his hard work in the corner as well, living and breathing every shot there. So congratulations to both of you.
Thank you,
well done. It's a pleasure to have you over here, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Both of you having done some great work tonight. Jose, congratulations on the first win for this card. Let's take a look at some of the action.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you tell us what you're seeing here for the first time as outside the ring?
So I knew he was throwing the right hand, coming kind of long with the right hand. So I was waiting for him to throw it and coming underneath with that left uppercut to the body, trying to slow him down in the first 2 rounds.
I noticed the body work might have been the difference for you tonight. Were you planning on making that body work the difference?
Yes, I knew that they were going to try to maybe outwork. I don't know if you could tell at times they were trying to throw a lot of punches when trying to smother me, so I knew that I had to slow him down to the body.
Jack Hughes is very aggressive. You can see him still coming forward. He's kind of leading with his head, but not with his jab. Were you surprised that the jab wasn't working for him tonight?
No, not really. I had an answer for the jab. It was just a little step back, and I was able to counter off of it.
You got a good score on the card. I mean, it could have been closer, but it looks like you ran away there at the end. What do you think was the turning point in the match where you knew that your game plan was going to be the one to work tonight?
When I started just trying to relax and not fall into his game plan, and I started landing my power, my left hand.
That big left hand, which we just saw in the replay, what did it require to set that up? Because early in the fight, it wasn't quite there for you.
Yes, it was just a matter of time to get his timing down and have him slow down just a bit so that I can land it right on the spot.
What do you feel like is next for you? I know you're coming off a loss. This is a great way to get right, get your record back on track. What are you looking at down the line?
Just keep winning, really. Trying to get back in the top 100 in the world flyweights. Maybe go down to 108 and go for another world title, or try to go challenge for a world title.
Now, am I mistaken, or don't you have another fight lined up in like 7 days or something?
Yes, sir, I do. I'm going against a tough opponent, but this is what we're in for. You know, I feel like back in the old days, people just fought whoever it was. You know, and I feel like as long as you can get the job done good and no cuts, no head, nothing crazy, I think we should be able to fight consistently. That's what the fans want, man. Fights, you know.
That is really old school mentality.
Yes, sir.
Fighting week to week and fighting with this kind of effort. Congratulations and thank you for the performance.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, anything to say to the American fans who couldn't be in the UK tonight? You've done a job for them.
Yes, sir. So we got the first win. Go USA, and we're out here representing in the UK. Team Morales, let's go, baby.
Let's hear a little bit from our sponsors on talkSPORT Network.
and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring from the United States, Jones.
In the transatlantic clash number 2, here comes Devontae Jones from Augusta, Georgia, to try to double up on Josue Morales' victory in the first contest. This is a super lightweight affair. It's been an up-and-down career. He's not in the first flush of youth, this boy, 32 years of age. And like several of the other fighters on this card tonight, could really do with a win in the shop window tonight. This is what it's all about for them. He's fought in New England for a lightweight title, and here he is now stepping into a ring in England for the first time. What a moment of opportunity for young Arnie Dawson, 22 years of age, from Clacton in Essex, 18 months or thereabouts as a pro, and doing quite nicely so far. 5 straight wins, couple of stoppages in there. He's been working his way through a well-known list of characters on the undercard circuit. First early steps, but this brings its own different pressures, as Spencer Oliver's also explained. The distance of the fight, the excitement around this arena he surely has not experienced before, and something different coming in against a kid who's grown up in American boxing. That's the first time he's had an opportunity to spread his wings in that fashion. Certainly enjoying the moment, as indeed he did enjoy the moment at the weigh-in. The Terminator. And the famous peacock Jim emblazoned on the back of his gown. Peacock Jim was the venue for the weigh-in yesterday. And what a setup Martin Barras and his team have there. Absolutely world class.
Ladies and gentlemen, the transatlantic clash and the battle of the Brits continue. Here we go, 5 rounds of boxing in the super lightweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner, playing black trunks with gold trim. Weighing in at 140 pounds. A record of 13 wins and 3 losses. From Augusta, Georgia, Devontae Jones. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing white trunks with black trim, weighing in at 139 pounds, with a record of 5 wins and no losses. From Clacton, Arnie Dawson. Our referee is Mark Bates.
Underway in the second fight of the night, live on talkSPORT and Fightzone in the transatlantic clash 2, and it's 1-0 to the USA. for Team UK. Arnie Dawson from Clacton in Essex, a young super lightweight, still very early in his career, but what an opportunity. The little glimpses I've been able to watch, Spencer, he does shape really well, Arnie. He looks a natural, and his footwork has really impressed me. And Devontae Jones is giving ground already, and here comes Dawson right out the gate.
Yeah, but Jones just landed a dangerous left hook of his own there. Dawson has to be careful. The inexperience, he can't afford to get carried away here. He had a great performance, actually, out in Brownsville, Texas, winning out there. That was a real good experience for him, and he gets the opportunity to try and make it 2-0. Big right hand, and he's in desperate trouble, Jones.
No need to count Mark Bates. The concern is only for the welfare of Devontae Jones, who walked onto a really big shot there. Dawson has won in quite spectacular fashion. Jones is back on his feet. We didn't even get as far as being able to say that there was the question over the durability of Jones at this stage in his career. There have been a few like that, and a few long gaps in his career. All the concern is for his welfare. First-class medical care on hand here at Stamford Bridge tonight, and now Dawson is allowed to go and celebrate a quite spectacular victory. That's quite a statement from this young man, Spencer.
It is. Like I said to you, I saw him perform out in Brownsville, and he done the same thing. This kid can really fight. I mean, what a performance there against Devontae Jones. Experienced guy, you know, and he was a dangerous opponent for Dawson to box, and there was all that thing that Dawson had to overcome as he stands above us there with Denzel Bentley, just really pumped up there, and so he should be. Like I say, I saw him perform out there, and I thought, you know what, this kid's got something, but he's gone back to the gym, he's worked hard, he kept his composure very well, and he just waited for the timing there, and he picked the shot, right hand, boom, straight down the middle, and what a shot there. Jones was never going to recover. What a performance.
Here it is again, Spencer.
Arnie Dawson, look at that right hand landed flush there. You know, when a fighter falls forward like that, do you know what that reminds us of, Paul? See the shot there, boom. Tommy Hearns, when he knocks out Roberto Duran many years ago, that's how he felt. And you know, when a fighter falls forward, he's not getting up. Look at that shot, right on the button, and you knew the fight, and the referee done a great job there of just stopping the fight straight away. What a performance. Remember the name, Arnie Dawson.
There's just something about him, the intangible personality in the ring, Spencer, presence in the ring. So, quick update on the score. Team UK, Spencer Oliver's team, now back on level terms.
Absolutely, we're back in the game. Team UK versus Team USA is one apiece, but obviously we do hold that KO victory, which may stand us in good stead if it goes down to the wire. But as it stands, one apiece.
That's a startling victory, electrifying the crowd here at Stamford Bridge tonight. Dennis Hobson, the promoter-in-chief, along with John Trethaway and Steve Crump tonight. Dennis has the memorial rings, which I think is a great touch, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. Beautiful rings that are made actually by Steve Crump's wife over in Jersey. She's got a jewellery business and she makes those rings, so they really are one-offs and they're fantastic. The symbol of Fightzone, which is the 3 red stripes, they're on the ring there, and it's a beautiful, beautiful gift and something that they can show their children, who can show their children. It's something to remember, it really is. And yeah, Steve Crump, a massive part of Fightzone, and what a beautiful gesture it is.
They're still taking the gloves off for Devontae Jones. He's not going to need them again, probably for a few weeks if the truth is told here.
Yeah, that's going to take some getting over that one. That was a bad knockout. As I say, when the fighter lands forward, it was flush on the button, the right hand. Beautiful shot there.
57 seconds into the first round. And a TKO. From that corner, your winner,
I know many.
We want to make a presentation of these fabulous limited edition transatlantic Fightzone rings from Birch and Vara. Don't sell them on the black market. Real diamonds, ladies and gentlemen. For the real diamond.
Jay Edson explaining to the live crowd here at Stamford Bridge tonight the purpose of the ring. It's one thing to win for the team, but I think a lot of people watching that tonight, Spencer, will have just had a little bit of a wake-up about this young man, Arnie Dawson. He's right at the start of his career, but I say again, the way he set out to do the job tonight, I just felt that this kid could be special.
Yeah, absolutely, and he delivered, you know. I think that the good fighters are the ones that can deal with that pressure, and there was a lot of pressure on that young man's shoulders. He sold a lot of tickets, he's got that team rivalry going on, and he dealt with it beautifully. He stayed calm and he landed that right hand. It was a flush, perfect shot there, and how happy did he look? And to get that gift from Samantha Birch, who's Steve Crump's wife actually, and she's got that business out there in Jersey, like I say, handcrafted, beautiful gesture, and you know, something that these guys can remember forever.
Spencer Oliver and his team are back on level terms here at the Bridge. What a night of live boxing on Fightzone and on talkSPORT. Who could foresee how this contest between Team UK and Team USA is going to play out from here? Lots to come.
Welcome back to the transatlantic clash on talkSPORT Network and Fightzone. It's USA versus UK. It's evened up 1-1. I promised knockouts, and we got one. Arnie Dawson made me a good promise, and he's done it tonight. the first knockout for the UK, sitting next to the man, Dennis Hobson, who's responsible for putting this show on. But first, let's hear from the knockout artists over there, Arnie Dawson and Stacey Copeland.
Arnie, I hope you won't mind me saying this, but once when I commentated on one of your fights, I said, you've got the look of a Milky Bar kid, but you really live up to the name of the Terminator. I've seen you iron out opponents, is the expression we use in the business, in that very same way. Goodness me, the power that you possess. Talk us about setting up that shot.
Listen, well, some of the credit has to go to my trainer, Gareth. In the gym, we're working on these things. Excuse the teeth, I'm going to have to take the gum shield out. I lost 2 of my teeth on a push bike accident, so I've got no teeth. But, yeah, we work on that stuff in the gym. Listen, I'm not built, like you were saying, I'm not built like a big puncher, but neither was Tommy Hearns. And he was knocking people out for fun and known for his punching, so it doesn't matter about the build. I think sometimes when you get these little 8-ounce gloves on, when you hit the people on the button correctly, anyone can go, do you know what I mean?
It's the way you set up and execute the shot, and I've seen you do it a couple of times now, but were you expecting that to happen in the first round?
To be honest, I wasn't expecting it in the first round at all. I'll have a little look here, because I haven't actually seen the shot. It's on the screen now.
Well, let's have a look at it now. And again, I've seen you do this before, where those little taps to get your range, and then once you step in, goodness me, the precision.
Look at that, man. Do you know
one for the highlight reel, that, Arnie, isn't it?
Just mentioned Tommy Hearns, and I hadn't seen the shot yet. Go and watch Tommy Hearns against Roberto Duran. Look down low, touch down low, when they're not expecting it, put a backhand straight through the side of their head, and then with no disrespect, they're not getting up, are they?
Exactly, and that's exactly the point. It's the way that you set the shots up. You're 6-0 now, and what did it mean to you to perform? You've got massive support here. There's loads of youngsters with the Peacock Gym t-shirts on. You've been having photos ringside. You've obviously really inspired all of them. What does it mean to you to perform in that incredible, devastating fashion here at Stamford Bridge?
Mate, I'm buzzing, because I was looking forward to this show for a long time, and obviously I boxed out in America, and I had my girlfriend, my dad, my trainer's wife Laura come out, but they weren't, and I got the stoppage on the first transatlantic clash, but there wasn't that feel of having my supporters there. So when I knew they could come to the same concept, but on our home turf, I was buzzing, and I'm really grateful. And I want to say a big shout out to everyone at Seconds Out Gym and all the kids there that have travelled down. We come down on a coach, and yeah, they've all paid their hard-earned money to come and watch me on a Friday night. So I hope even though it was less than a minute, 57 seconds, I hope they're all happy with the performance, and we can have a little party on the way back on the coach. So.
I think there's going to be a very big party. Finally, from me, you're 6-0 now. I know you've got ambitions for a British title down the line. What does the rest of this year look like, though, as part of those long-term plans for you?
The good thing is, I'm not just saying this to blow smoke up my, you know how the saying goes, but I let my team do the job. If Gareth and Martin Bowers from the Peacock think that I'm ready, then titles could be next. I know that Dennis and Fightzone and talkSPORT, they've got big plans, and I've been on the show twice now and got 2 stoppage victories, so if I get left out, Dennis won't be on my Christmas card list, so I expect to be on those shows. And yeah, like you said, that was the last question, so I just want to say a big shout out to my sponsors, front and back of my t-shirts, Highland Whiskey on the hat, everyone at the Peacock Gym, Seconds Out Gym, and yeah, man, keep pushing. I've got big aspirations in the game, so like you said, the rest of the year it's going to be exciting, but I'm not in it for the rest of the year. I'm in it for the rest of however long I keep knocking people out. So
well, it's 1-1 now. Well done, Arnie. Congratulations, and we'll hear from Dennis now and what he's got to say.
You really couldn't ask for a better start. A tear up in the first fight, a quick knockout in the second fight. The man is demanding to be on a third showing. What's it meant, the way that this card is already developing and getting these kind of kids an opportunity to be seen by the world?
Well, Arnie, you look at him, and if that epitomises never tell a book by his cover. He's had 2 fights with us on the transatlantic clash, and he's had 2 knockouts. And what comes to mind is the Roberto Duran being knocked out by Tommy Hearns, Miguel Marquez versus Manny Pacquiao, and when they fall forward, that means they've been chinned properly. And he's a knockout specialist, and it just shows you it's not about big muscles, it's about timing and flow, and Gareth's done a fantastic job with him. Can I just say hi to my great friends in Las Vegas, John, Dawn, Emilio and Billy, my great friends who are supporting us. And guess what? Who's going to be the first name on the team sheet? Who's going to be the first name on a T-sheet in Vegas for Transatlantic 3? Arnie Dawson.
It's also about matchups, and credit to you at Fightzone and to talkSPORT for giving these guys big time opportunities to be seen. We're going to see a ton of more fights just as exciting. Let's hear from our sponsors for talkSPORT Network.
interesting newcomer on the British scene. Ariel Ignat hails from Moldova, and I'm told that with every possible respect, he is not completely fluent in English. There has to be a translator on hand. That's a board stipulation, and a good rule it is too, at all times. But when you are winning, you win friends, and when you're knocking people out the way he has been, you don't need any explanation.
No, you certainly don't. And in his last performance at Wembley Arena, he knocked out the undefeated Scott Forrest, and he knocked him out in a round. This kid can really whack. 9-0, 8 of those inside the distance. We got a real barnstormer on our hands here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the transatlantic class battle and the British continues. Here we go. This is 6 rounds of boxing in the cruiserweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim, weighing 199 pounds. A record of 7 losses from Houston, Texas,
from the back of the hall. Aruwal, he's wasted little time over here in the UK winning fans. Ariel Ignat is in against Stanley Johnson. I'm really excited about this fight, Spencer. We've had so much already. Good hard-working pros in our opener, Hughes, seen off by Morales, and then that shock victory from young Arnie Dawson. Now this.
Yep, do not blink, that's all I say. Don't go and make a cup of tea, don't go and make a cup of coffee, because this one could be over in a blink of an eye. Both guys very heavy-handed. Massive knockout ratio from both guys, but Ignat is very dangerous. Use those long levers to his advantage.
Ignat in the green and black trunks with peacock on the side, the Moldovan flag, his country of origin on one side of his hip. Johnson in the black and gold. He looks a fairly well-ordered operator, Johnson, to me, Spencer, but the point is going to be what happens when he gets clipped here in this fight.
Well, that's it. He's got to be careful. He's got to be educated pressure when he comes in, because Ignat, as I say, has dynamite in either hand. He's got a great shot selection. Johnson looks very compact. He will be coming forward. He's looking to close the range, get into the distance, and then let his shots go. But in doing so, he's got to be careful, because Ignat, as I say, uses that height and reach to his advantage.
Looking to unload the right hand, Johnson. There it goes. Before tonight, 8 stoppages in the first 9, as you've heard. Johnson taking the full 6 rounds for the first time by Yuri Bikartsov at the York Hall. Oh, and down he goes, Johnson. Maybe he's going to be added to the list of quick victories here tonight for the explosive Ariel Ignat.
I tell you what, he's in trouble there, Paul. He's still walking on unsteady legs, and Ignat is a great finisher, as we saw last time out against Scott Forrest. Can he do the same again?
He's got loads of time in the round.
Just taking his time, which is good from Ignat, just looking to pick the shots. Lands another big right hand, and the legs again look unsteady here from Johnson.
Johnson is a few years older. He's actually not appeared as many times in the pro ring, but we're going to take it that he's got some experience, and he needs to delve into that experience and the know-how here, I think he'd be well advised, Spencer, to stay out of harm's way.
Well, I'm not sure he can, Paul. That's the problem with Johnson. I think he's one of those guys that looks to get inside and work, you know, typical American style. They don't like taking a back step, but he still looks unsteady here, and Ignat oozing confidence. Big right hand on the bell as well.
And how quick was that little snap right hand on the inside there?
And I'll tell you what, Johnson felt the weight of that, and he looks unsteady. He's rocking, sitting down in the corner, and he's going to need all of that minute there to suck up. And we look over in the other corner there, and Martin Bowers, who's got a great train up from the Peacock Gym, and they will be oozing confidence there. And some of the action in the round there, you saw it, lovely right hand and a short left uppercut, wasn't it? Brilliant shot. Doubling up on the hooks, right hand there, and look at the shot there, that lovely placed left uppercut. And I tell you what, Johnson done well there, Paul, to recover.
He did do well, but I think it doubles the advantage, you know, Spencer, because he gets up and he thinks to himself, I knew the kid had power, but he actually outboxed me in that little exchange as well, for good measure.
Yep, that's exactly what happened there.
Wow, what a start from Aaron Ignat. We were told, we were warned. Here he comes again, letting the hands go. He's nice and easy in that way as well, isn't he, Spencer? He looks good when he's letting go. He doesn't get out of shape.
No, very relaxed, very composed, and a nice flow about his shots. Lovely uppercut on the inside again there, followed by the hook. Up on his toes, he's oozing confidence at the moment. Johnson has to be careful as he tries to come in. Left hook again there, and he drops him.
He's back on his feet, all right. The power wasn't so pronounced that time. But the problem for Johnson, Spencer, is every shot that Ignat is delivering is part of a combination which is very well delivered indeed. And Johnson can't get out of the way.
Yep, that's exactly right. Lovely doubling up, and there's that rhythm about his work again, as you said there, Paul. Big right hand goes in, and Johnson is in trouble here. Referee just taking a close look. Ignat again, lovely jab, finds the range, staying composed, not looking to take any unnecessary risks. This is a great performance, this.
Johnson down twice, under pressure here at Stamford Bridge, away from home, and he knows it. He cannot get out of range properly, can he? And as Spencer Oliver so rightly said, it's a cultural thing for an American fighter like this. Don't back off.
I tell you what he could do with backing off right now, though, Paul. He needs to regroup, get himself back together, because still looks very unsteady, and unfortunately for him, he has an A game but not a B game, and that's a big problem when you're in with the likes of Ignat, who can whack the way he can.
Another thing I really like about Ignat, Spencer, his footwork. He's never standing still. He's always on the move, always keeping the distance correct.
Yeah, the distance is key here, because distance creates timing. Timing creates the speed and the power, and it's all coming together for Ignat here, and that's all because of his distance control. There you see the right hand, and you can see he's just sort of knocked the fight out of Johnson here, who's now not looking to step in, not willing to step in. He seems to have lost his confidence as early as this second round.
Schedule 6. 5, correction.
Again, big right hand goes in, and he looks unsteady, Paul, doesn't he?
I don't blame him.
He's showing a lot of character in there at the moment, actually, Johnson, because he's been hit with some big, big shots, and he's still hanging in there.
Johnson representing Team USA under all kinds of pressure.
Yep, great round again there from Ignat, who found that range and that timing that you were talking about, Paul, and that was the key to success there. Working well behind a jab, nice fluidity around his work as well. When he got in range, here's some of the action in that second round. There you see the jab, the short uppercuts. There's the fluid work that we were talking about, all in one little space there. That uppercut again, just punch perfect, wasn't it? And it literally travelled 6 inches. Boom! Little short shot, but the timing was key.
Martin Bowers in the corner is keeping it short and sweet. Well, he does that anyway. He believes it strengthens the message, and I would agree with that. But of course, just over the rope, you've got the translator leaning over to impart the wisdom to Ignat. Everybody's got the message here at Stamford Bridge tonight. A very, very exciting new talent at cruiserweight.
2 rounds down, 2 10-8 rounds in favour of Ignat. Knockdowns in both of those rounds. Can he go one better and get the stoppage here in the third?
Johnson comes out swinging wildly, defiantly, I will say.
Well, he sort of has to roll the dice here, Johnson, doesn't he? Because he can only go one way, and his main asset's his strength and his punch power, but he's being beat in both of those areas right now.
But I guess, no pun intended, Spencer, to counter my own argument, when you're in a 5-rounder, it's a bit of a sprint, isn't it? You can't take a round off.
No, exactly that, and now he's just fallen 4 points behind. He needs something big here, but I tell you what, Paul, he's just starting to find the range a little bit here, and that will give him confidence, the confidence that he needs. The corner have clearly had a word with him, because he's gone out there and he's rolled the dice a little bit here. He's taking the gamble.
We want to see Ignat tested. It's all very well having rollovers, quick knockouts. It only gets you so far. At this level, it's only appropriate that he would be tested. The problem for Johnson is, can he keep up that pace that we've seen, Spencer? I don't think he can. 1 minute 30, full gas. You know what that's like from training sessions.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. And the right hand goes clubbing in again there from Ignat. Johnson, to his credit, as I said, showing character, head on his chest and trying to wing away. But it's a little one-dimensional and a little predictable, and that may be his undoing here.
One of the lessons, Spencer, as a championship fighter, top draw, European champion in your own active days, you will certainly acknowledge you cannot win every second of every round every night, and you have to understand that. Yeah, absolutely. And also, you can come from behind to win, and that's what he's going to have to do here, Johnson, if he wants to get victory. And boy, I've got to give it to him. He's showing a lot of heart here, because he's still trying to wing away. He's not lost any heart, any desire. He seems to have recovered from those knockdowns. He knows he needs a knockout to win here, and he's going to give it everything. An intriguing little twist in the plot. And is this what happens when one is fighting for one's country? Perhaps that's another element to this tonight for Stanley Johnson representing the USA. Well, when your team captain's Roy Jones Jr., one of the greatest to ever lace them up, you want to impress, don't you? I mean, it's a big opportunity for these kids. We know how patriotic they are. We know how much they, love to represent their country, and that's exactly what he's doing here. And whatever happens here, Paul, win, lose or draw, he's going out on his shield, this kid. A much more competitive round. Johnson has really played a full part in that one. Down twice, but maybe one back there. I don't know, Spencer. What's your view? I think that Ignat maybe still won the round, but you're right. It was a much more competitive round, and it was a glimmer of hope there for Johnson, who he may have lost the round, but he put himself back in there. He found the range and he let the shots go. And you think, well, you know what the corner are going to be telling him there. Time to roll the dice, son. Time to go for it. Everything in the kitchen sink. Knock out or get knocked out, because I think that's his sort of style, and that's what he's going to have to bring now if he wants to turn this around. Because for me, 3 rounds to 0 in favour of Ignat, and 2 of those are 10-8 rounds. Crowd are absolutely loving this. Packed in here under the West Stand at Stamford Bridge, one of the famous London landmarks. And unlike all the other big football stadiums all around the capital, in over a century we've done the homework on it. We cannot find a single example of a big fight night. Amazing, given that Stamford Bridge, pre-Second World War, Spencer, was an all-sport arena. Yeah, incredible that this is the first time they've ever had boxing here, and what an event it is. UK versus USA, and what a show we've got for ourselves here. One apiece.
going into this third contest. Who's going to win? Ignat for us at the moment in front, but anything can happen, as we know in boxing. And Johnson will not go down without a fight.
He is really making Ignat earn it, Johnson. He's got support from all around the arena tonight. Has Ignat, the Moldovan, now resident in Wembley.
Still going here, Johnson, isn't he? He's still pushing forward.
Yeah.
Oh, he got through a couple of good shots of his own there. He's starting to fancy this a little bit here in the fourth pool.
I think he is, but he's a long way behind. We must not overlook that.
Whoa, big shot again there, and the mouth just coming over, and for the first time from Ignat. Is he starting to feel the pace? Comes back with some good shots of his own. This one heating up here in this fourth round. Great action.
Cracking cruiserweight contest. Johnson has proven very game and very worthy of representing USA. He's actually rated in the top 10 at cruiserweight in the USA already in BoxRec rankings.
Yeah, well, you can see he's a tough kid.
Yep.
7-0, 5 of those. Oh, big shot there. Ignat landed a big right hand of his own, but he had to take one.
I think he took it well, Spencer. Those shots glancing off the temple can do a lot of damage, but he has taken that one well. I'm just saying that watching his footwork, which remains good. But Johnson is really asking questions and deserves great credit.
Both guys showing real character in there right now. Big shots going in from both sides, and they're soaking them up well. Ignat just looked to the corner there. Yeah. Was that a little sign of frustration, a little sign of tiredness? He's got to keep his focus here, Paul, because as you know, switch off 1 split second and it can be turned around.
Very tempting so to do when you're in a big lead so early and you've really come firing out the blocks and produced 2 real big shots to knock your man down. It's very natural perhaps for a young fighter to think, I've got the measure of this.
Great round this, and Johnson really trying to claw his way back in. Ignat just starting to look a little tired, comes back with a good shot of his own. Johnson has to lean on, mouth coming open, and both guys now, this is becoming a psychological battle. The physicalities have gone out of this one. What a contest here, the crowd absolutely loving this.
Johnson's walking through everything in desperation, and he's struggling like in quicksand as he goes back to his stool. And Ignat now, I would say this is the moment when we say to R.L. Ignat, welcome to professional boxing. That's what this game is all about.
Absolutely. Now this is the psychological battle. Ignat, who's had 9 contests, 9 victories, 8 of those by KO, is being asked to answer some questions here, because Johnson, who's on round 1, on the floor again round 2, we thought it was going to be over in round 3, but he's clawed his way back in, and for me, nicked that 4th round there. This is going to be interesting, this last round, because Johnson knows he needs the knockout to win, and he'll go for it. You know, that's the DNA of US fighters. That's what they're all about. They're tough, they're gritty, and they don't lose the will to win. Ignat now has to keep this under control. He has to keep his composure. He's entering new territory here.
Spencer Oliver on duty alongside me, Paul Dempsey, Fightzone and talkSPORT live tonight. And Spencer doubling up as the captain of Team UK. We actually don't see Captain USA, Roy Jones, near us at ringside, but the way that Johnson has fought, I reckon he might have gone to bed last night and had a little look at a few clips of Roy Jones Jr. in his heyday.
I'm telling you, mate, he's showing a lot of character, isn't he? That is for sure. He was on the floor and looked like he was out, and he's come back and he's landing some big shots, taking some big shots, and doing exactly what I said and rolling the dice here.
We have a fight of the night contender at cruiserweight, the first of 2. The other one will be pretty exciting a bit later as well, I think.
Yeah, it really will. Lucas Rohrig, the young boxer, managed and trained by Jules Groves, former world super middleweight champion. And Rohrig can really fight, but that's later, and this is now.
That's when Johnson looks good to me, when he does the little slip under the jab.
Oh, big shots there from Johnson, left hook followed by the right hand, and Ignat just had to step back and gain the composure again.
There might be a lot left in this fight even now, and it's given us plenty.
Yes, it really has. And as you can hear, the crowd absolutely loving this one as well. 1 minute 30 left of this round, and it's still there to be won and lost from... Oh, big left hook! And he's in trouble again here, Johnson. Where's he finding this from?
This is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Both were happy for a little wrestling match. Just get the feet back under them and some air into the tank if they could. But here comes Johnson again. He's looking for his man now.
He really is, isn't he? Where are they finding it from? I tell you that. Both guys' mouths have come open. They're fighting on instinct in there right now. Big right hand from Johnson. Just skim the whiskers there, Paul.
In the Ignat corner, there's a lot of consternation. They were thrilled with their man early on, but inexperience is perhaps showing itself, and Johnson's seizing on every little opening.
I tell you what, he's just landed a couple of big right hands. I'll tell you what we have found out about Ignat tonight is he can take a shot, that's for sure.
Most definitely. But one big shot might yet equalise everything. Johnson's been down and got up twice. He's shown immense character if you put the whole package together.
Absolutely.
Again, the right hand is good by Ignat.
Johnson still trying, still pushing forward.
It's a thriller.
Yeah, it really is.
One to go.
Yep, interesting this one. 1 round left of this contest. And Johnson's sort of slowly clawed his way back, hasn't he?
Has he won the last two, do you think?
I think he's just nicked those last 2 rounds. So this is going to be interesting.
That could halve the lead, right?
Well, we've still got 2 10-8s going on there. We've got 2 10-8 rounds, obviously, in the first 2 rounds, and he won the third as well. So I think he needs a knockout to win this one, Johnson, that's for sure. But he's having a little bit of success, isn't he?
Brings them together. Alal Ignat came storming out of his corner, took this fight by the scruff of the neck. Stanley Johnson caught in 2 minds early on as to whether to go backwards or forwards, caught in the middle really, down twice. Johnson in a crisis decided that the forward gear was the only one to give him a chance, and what a show he has put up here to try to keep Team USA in the contest overall at this juncture, halfway through the overall transatlantic clash number 2.
Yeah, brilliant work there from Ignat again. Their beautiful lead, right hand uppercuts that landed flush. Johnson took the shot well, and he's still pushing forward, still trying, but Ignat just having the better of this opening minute of the 6th and final round.
A couple of strong combinations from Ignat.
Whoa, just missed there with the left hook, Johnson, and Ignat just looking to keep that distance. He knows he's in front, trying to stay out of trouble.
This is an irrepressible showing from Stanley Johnson.
Body shot goes in there from Ignat as well. Johnson soaks that up well. He's tired, both guys, rightly feeling the pressure here, feeling the pace.
1 minute 30 of this, and still, despite all the crises he's come through, Johnson is in the hunt.
Yes, he is. He's giving it everything, isn't he? He hasn't lost that will to win. He's stuck to his guns. He's clawed his way back into it. I don't think it's going to be enough, but he's made this a brilliant contest and one for the fans to remember. Big left hook there, and Ignat felt the weight of that one.
He did indeed. Trying to give himself a little bit of space. And when he does that, doesn't he look classy?
Yes, he does, and lands some good shots. Body shot goes in there as well from Ignat. Where are these guys finding this from? What a contest here.
Spencer, if he does come through and win this, I think Ignat will go away saying to himself, I have learned so much tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Right hand, left hook. Oh, big shot!
And here he comes now looking to dispense with the scorecards. 30 seconds to go. Johnson is walking through some major assaults here.
Massive
Ignat
shot.
Again, so accurate.
Yeah, massive shot again, and Johnson, where's he finding it from? He's taking shots, uppercuts, everything. He is showing the heart of a lion here. Johnson, credit where credit's due. What work from Ignat as well.
This is the Transatlantic Clash Mark II, everybody, here at Stamford Bridge in London. It's all about the team performance, of course, tonight, but I will say now, Spencer, in early April, will we see a better six-rounder in a British ring anywhere than that this year?
I've got to say, Paul Dempsey, you've absolutely nailed that for six-rounders as far as they go. What a fight, what a contest. Just as you thought that Ignat was going to win the fight inside the distance, Johnson down in round 1, Johnson down in round 2. We think it's all over in round 3. And he finds something from somewhere, claws his way back. Round 4 claws his way back. Round 5 claws his way back. And round 6 shows incredible durability to get through that one. What a performance from both guys.
Tell us, Spencer, obviously you are a team captain in this contest. We'll get to that in a minute, but take us back to your own fighting days, Spencer, when there are these moments of realisation. Now I get what this game's all about. Is that what Ignat's having here tonight, right now?
Absolutely. You know, they're showing incredible character here, both of these guys, and what they showed is that they've got that championship material, that championship mentality, because they both had to ask themselves questions in there. They both had to weather the storm in there, especially Johnson, who had to pick himself off the floor a couple of times and was completely gone in that first knockdown. Incredible character, but that will mould these guys. This is called the apprenticeship. When you're doing these six-round fights, this takes you on to bigger and better things. They've been through that now, so when they get into those championship fights, they would have already been there. Great work from both guys, and they can both go on from this, win, lose or draw.
Really a brilliant showing from both of them.
58 to 54. We favor of Duran and England.
Ariel Ignat comes through. Team UK hit the front in the Transatlantic Clash number 2. To say that Stanley Johnson contributed mightily is an understatement. It was a brilliant six-rounder at cruiserweight. He's a major talent, Ignat, but he's been asked different questions tonight, maybe for the first time in his career. Just a little last word on that, Spencer. It's taking my breath away, that one, honestly.
Absolutely. Listen, that's what it's all about. You know, you see them performances in there, and yes, it is a team spirit, and it is all about representing the USA, UK, and all of that. But most importantly, it's about representing yourself. And I tell you what, there, I think that I think that Johnson went down on his shield there. He showed incredible character, and I would love to see him box again. What a performance there. He showed that he's teaked up, he's got heavy hands, and he can weather a storm. He's got what it takes, and you know, a loss can be the moulding of a fighter and the making of a fighter sometimes, and Johnson will take a lot of credit from that. Back to the gym, back to the drawing board, come back better and stronger. That was a great performance. Well done, son. But for me, Ignat, what a guy. He showed that he's not just a knockout artist, that actually he can bite down on his gum shield as well. Great fight, 6th round of the year contender.
6 points to 3. Team UK in front over Team USA. But who would have thought in successive fights here at the Bridge tonight we would have uncovered to many viewers on Fightzone and talkSPORT two real exciting prospects. First Arnie Dawson and then that show by Ignat.
Welcome back to a cracker of a night. What an amazing show we have on at the Chelsea Football Club on talkSPORT Network and Fightzone. If you were just tuning in, I feel bad for you. Rewind the tape because you just missed a hellacious fight. USA versus UK. USA started out strong with 1, but now UK is up 2-1, and we've got the man who just put on a heck of a performance, Oral Ignat, with Stacey Copeland.
Congratulations. We're going to speak through Robert, your translator. Robert, a huge upset last time out for Oral. This time he's done the business, but in a very different manner. He's used to blasting people out of there. He had to go the distance. That was a really tough test.
O zis că data trecută ai răsturnat situația, adică ai supărat pe toată lumea că trebuia să câștige celălalt. O zis că de data asta ai avut un meci foarte greu. Cum ți s-a părut testul ăsta?
Fiecare test este un nou examen. De fiecare ne pregătim la maxim, ne dedicăm la maxim. Deja că knockout, că câștig la puncte, Adică nu importă. Important că am câștigat, ne-am făcut treaba, avem de învățat din greșeli, mergem înainte.
He said he gets ready for every fight the same. He prepared for the fight. He had a good fight camp. It's just a very tough opponent that he faced tonight, and he's always ready. He's always prepared for any challenge. He said there's things that he needs to watch back and lessons to be learned, but it's a massive learning experience for him, this fight.
Yeah, and arguably will have learned more from that than the other fights where he stopped people in the first round. And finally, Robert, I'd love to know, Oral, what it's meant to him to fight here at Stamford Bridge, and he had incredible support from the crowd tonight as well.
O zis că ce înseamnă pentru tine să boxezi aici la Stamford Bridge, ce înseamnă asta pentru tine și suportul care l-ai avut de la toți fanii tăi care vin să suportă.
În primul rând, sunt foarte onorat și mândru că fac parte din echipa Angliei, da, și desigur mă bucur că i-am mulțumit pe toți cu o victorie și desigur, deși mai mare susținere din partea la suporteri, deci și motivația e mai mare.
He said he's very proud to be part of the UK team tonight here, and he hopes he made everyone proud. He's done his best, and obviously he would like to thank all his fans and everyone who comes here to support him. It gives him a lot more courage and energy to have all these people around here supporting him. So,
well, it was a tough test. You came through it. You've definitely made everybody proud, and that's why the crowd are right behind you. So congratulations, well done, and thank you for such an entertaining fight, Raheem.
O zis că felicitări, o zis că într-adevăr în seara asta ai avut un match greu, un test greu și o zis cu siguranță ai făcut și UK-ul și pe toată lumea mândri.
On talkSPORT and Fightzone, you see the absolute passion and determination and grit of these three first fights. Two to come. Let's hear from our sponsors on talkSPORT Network and Fightzone.
Fightzone live. Great to have your company from here at Stamford Bridge. The Battle of the Bridge has more than lived up to expectations of it tonight. In terms of the match overall, this American Brian Jones carries a very heavy responsibility. Overall, in the transatlantic clash 2, it's Team UK 6, USA 3. 2 bouts to go. If Jones doesn't win, it's as good as done by Team UK. Jones from Joplin, Missouri. Can he live up to a really gallant effort from his teammate Stanley Johnson in his same division? We've had a classic 6-round cruiserweight battle already. What a moment for this young man, Lewis Rohrig. He's a newcomer within boxing circles. There's a buzz about him already compared to the other 3 cruiserweights on the card tonight. He really is a youngster, just 21 years of age. You may recognise a very famous face at his shoulder walking out here. He's managed and trained by George Groves, the former WBA World Super Middleweight Champion. Rohrig, a youngster coming through at the Dale Youth Amateur Boxing Club in West London, and George doing some part-time coaching there, spotted the potential and decided that he'd like to team up with this young man. And so far so good. 3 wins, 2 stoppages, and as you're hearing again now, plenty of support.
Ladies and gentlemen, the transatlantic clash battle of the Bridge continues. This is 6 rounds of boxing in the cruiserweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with white trim, weighing in 200 pounds. A record of 4 wins, 1 loss, from Joplin, Missouri, Brian Jones. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks, weighing in 197 pounds. With a record of 3 wins and no losses, from London, Lucas Rohrig. Our man in the ring is referee Sean McAvoy.
Okay, 6-round contest. Continue all time. Keep us on the takeover.
Final instructions from Sean McAvoy. The state of the match, transatlantic clash number 2, is on the line here. We go again at cruiserweight. Representing Team UK in the red trunks with the white flashings, Lucas Rohrig. From not very far away here, there's a touch of black about them trunks as well. I think the little blue on the waistband is a little nod to our host tonight here at Chelsea FC. And in the black and white trunks, Brian Jones. I don't know if he can fight, Spencer, but he's come prepared to fight. He looks in great shape, the opponent, doesn't he?
Yep, he certainly does, and he looks very heavy-handed as well. 3 of those 4 victories have come inside the distance, so Rohrig has to use his height and reach a little bit here, stay nice and composed, just take his time. High hopes from Rohrig, big expectations. He's performed so far, he's looked brilliant, but Jones certainly looks tough, doesn't he?
Yeah. Tough is the word. To me, his makeup harks to those tough man contests that go on in backwoods places all over the United States. breeding ground of professional boxers, of course. Jones is already an established pro. This is his 6th outing. 1 defeat.
Lovely work there.
Joplin, Missouri really rates as one of the hotbeds of professional boxing in the USA. So it's a huge opportunity for him on this card, isn't it, Spencer?
Yes, it really is. As it is for Roerig, who's here to showcase his skills, and I got high hopes for Roerig. He's an excellent young prospect, works well, everything off that jab, and he's looking good. Good start to the round here. Just taking his time, slams the right hand in there, back to the jab again. Good work that from Roerig. Covering up well as well there, Paul Roerig, defending himself nicely.
Pretty pleasing display of the art of boxing from these two in the first couple of minutes. There's another example of it from Roerig's side.
Yep, piston-like jab he throws out there. He really rams that shot out with blistering speed. And it does take an effect. Sort of accumulation of those jabs can really break a fighter down. Still their soul in many ways. Nice crispness on that.
We had a great fight last time, Spencer. This looks to be a very good boxing match to me.
Yeah, that's because Roerig is making it that at the moment. He's controlling the space, which is controlling the pace of this contest. I think that if Brian Jones had his way, Paul, he would like to put him in the phone box.
On his toes and using the full height advantage there. 6'2" he stands, Roerig. He closed the round, look at every part of that. Can't get out of the way of a jab like that, Spencer, very easily.
No, great performance there in that opening round from Roerig. Showed great composure, went out, worked well behind that jab. Was using good variety to the body and head as well. Let's take a look at some of the action in that round. We see Jones pushing forward, trying to use that brute strength. But there's that jab that I was talking about, followed by the nice fluid right hand off the back of that as well. And there's that variety with the jab up and down. Good body shot went in there. Lovely work from Roerig. Only 21 years of age, bright future this is kid has got.
Little flashes of the old George Groves magic there, I think, as well.
Absolutely.
Some of those passages.
George Groves had a tremendous jab, a ramrod jab, and you can see Lucas Roerig has obviously been studying lots of tapes of his coach, his manager, friend, who's guiding him, and he's guiding him in the right way.
I think George's last words were something like, listen, you're the boxer, but he thinks that he's the wrestler, so you go out at the start of this round and you tell him who's the stronger, because he walked right over there and he's claiming him again now, as if to say, you're not going to bully me here tonight.
Yep, that's exactly what he's got to do, but he's got to keep that distance well and just keep that composure. Don't get drawn into a fight, because that's where Jones wants to take him. Use that variety of punches up and down, and
Roerig composed off the back foot. That's a good looking jab, that, Spencer, isn't it?
Yeah, solid jab, isn't it? Really ramming that shot in. Head goes in there from Jones.
And he's getting his own head out of the way, of harm's way.
Jones does look like he has that physical strength though, doesn't he? Good couple of body shots went in there.
Close quarters, he's had 1 or 2 moments of success.
There's the jab. That's the difference between these two at the moment, is that Roerig's jab has precision, accuracy on it, speed, and that's the difference between these two at the moment. That jab is sort of controlling things.
He can't really jab with him, Jones, can he, Spencer?
No, he can't. Jones needs to close that space, get up close and let those big winging shots go, and that's where he will have success. But why there's space between them, why there's distance between them, Roerig's going to control that. But as we've seen in these previous contests from this American team. They don't lose heart.
Yeah.
They'll keep going. They'll keep fighting away. You can't really take that away from them. Good body shot slammed in. You could hear that shot land there from Rowerig. Right hand whip round the corner, round the back of the elbows. Jones, this is where he's comfortable. That's where he wants to be, on that inside. But Rowerig not allowing him back on his feet, showing his boxing skills now on that back foot.
Pace has dropped just a little bit in this round. Might suit Jones. So much on his shoulders again now, Spencer. The fate of the match overall.
Yep, he has.
Team USA really need this. Jones is aware of it.
Well, for me, Paul, they've fallen 2 rounds behind with 2 rounds gone here. Rowerig again controlling that one. Behind the jab, working well, keeping that space between them, and I think that is the difference between the two at the moment, because Brian Jones is that guy that likes to get up close, put his head on the chest and work away, wing those shots in, use that brute strength. But Rowerig doing that there, slamming that jab in and keeping that distance, and that is controlling the fight right now. Great work, and you're right, reminiscent of a young Jules Groves there with that jab, ramrod shot, and that is really the key to victory.
Just on that, Spencer, you know, to the young boxers, boys and girls, men and women watching with us tonight, when you are a tall operator, like he's 6'2", I've learned, because you guys taught me, you stand your height, you don't lose that height to get the jab away. You stand your height and throw from height.
Absolutely. Use your use your attributes to your advantage, to your ability, and that's exactly what Rowerig's doing. He's not coming down to the size of Brian Jones that would then give Jones that opportunity to get off with those shots. He's not sitting in the pocket. He's keeping the distance, using the range, doing that well. We remember young Tommy Hearns used to do that as well, and that's why he was so difficult to get to. You know, and Rowerig is using those attributes to his advantage.
It can't be a bad show when we've worked Tommy Hearns into 2 of the fights tonight so far.
Absolutely, absolutely. Listen, I've gone over in the crowd there and they're all absolutely loving it. Ollie Mers is over there. He come up to me and said, you know, what a great event it's been and what a tremendous contest that last one was. Mr. Simon Jordan, who's very difficult to please, he's absolutely loving it as well. So, yeah, credit to Fightzone and Dennis Hobson for putting on a brilliant brilliant show so far.
Rowerig knows that he has his man's measure at range. Building the points very smartly for a young man. Again, I say it, 21 years of age.
Yeah, boxing very well. Boxing with maturity, isn't he here, Rowerig?
George Groves told me he goes to the Dale Youth ABC on a Sunday to coach, and just felt that Rowerig just had something a little bit extra from very early on. I think I'd just like to interject slightly and say, in the wider picture, of course, Dale Youth ABC, such an important part of the boxing fabric here in London, and a club whose own story is, of course, bound up in the wider disaster, the awful suffering of the residents of the Grenfell Towers that will never be forgotten.
Yeah, well said, Paul. Really was, and that gym was underneath the Grenfell Tower. Such a devastating loss. All the people that we lost there, and you know that stands. The gym now changed venues now, but has produced some many great champions, and one James DeGale come out of that gym as well, who boxed there at the same time as George Groves, and they had that amazing rivalry, didn't they, through the amateurs and the pros.
Jones is doing his little bits on the inside. He's working as hard as he possibly can. He is missing a bit too much though, and Rowerig is making him pay when he does miss.
Yep. Rowerig's gum shield just comes out there, but there's a strong look around Jones here. Rowerig has to stay switched on.
Over to the neutral Corner ushered there by Sean McAvoy, the referee, and here we go again. Last few seconds of the third, about the halfway point in this fight. Jones could well do with being told in the corner, listen, we've won one, we're still in it, but I don't think that's the case.
No, not yet, but he looks strong, Jones. That's what I say, you have to stay switched on with a fighter like that because he's very heavy-handed. And that's another good round from Rohrig, who for me, Paul, is winning these rounds behind that jab, controlling that distance, showing a great array of shots for a young man having his fourth contest, showing great maturity. He really is, because he's in with a strong guy here who fancies it and wants it. There's some of the action in that third round. Rohrig, good shot to the body, head, sticks his tongue out as well.
As good an amateur as you were, Spencer, take us back to your own fourth professional fight and tell us how difficult it is, if you're Rohrig, to show the composure that he is showing tonight at this stage.
Yeah, well, my fourth professional fight was actually in my hometown where I actually live now, at the First Field Leisure Centre in Potters Bar, and it was a packed-out venue, right like it is now, and it's all about keeping your composure, not getting carried away with the crowd. And the young Lucas Rohrig has that here as well. He's got tremendous support, but he's not getting drawn into it with the crowd. He's sticking to the game plan, boxing to instructions. That shows the mark of a great young fighter.
Savvy enough as well to keep his head out of harm's way at close quarters. That could yet be a weapon for Jones. Jones seeking to apply a little bit of pressure. It's pressure, but it's not particularly educated pressure, brute force.
Yep, and you know, when you get into those later rounds, when the fatigue sets in and it becomes a psychological battle, that brute force can be key to success. We remember one Cole Froch, who was boxing Jermaine Taylor, making his first defence out in America, and it was always going to be a tough fight against Taylor, and Froch was miles behind on the cards, stuck there, stuck with it, used that brute strength, and won with just seconds to go in that 12th round. Never give up hope, and I think that's exactly what Jones has got to do here, because for me, Rohrig dominating this one on the jab, and he's got himself in a handy lead.
Jones is very square, undeterred.
Yeah, massive left hook there went from Rohrig, and I tell you what, Jones had to suck it up there, followed by right hand as well, and he's showing good character here, Jones, because Rohrig, who's now up on his toes, oozing confident, is landing at will, and you just feel now the desire maybe just starting to burn out of Brian Jones, who's not pushing forward with the same intensity that he was before.
Legs perhaps starting to feel a little bit heavier for Jones. Not Rohrig, he's sharp as a tack still. Minute and a little more left in the fourth. This screams at me though, Spencer, this is a kind of a fight that young Mr. Rohrig could never get from sparring, the know-how and experience of all this.
Yeah, totally agree, and he's piling it on here, going through the gears a little bit here, Rohrig. Lovely right hand went in there, and now it's Jones. He's got to ask himself questions. He's got to show the character in there, because what a performance so far from young Lucas Rohrig.
Needs to worry about that Jones head. It must be very tempting in this tough sport, tough as one can find anywhere, but it's brutal sometimes. Well, very often it's brutal. Yeah, but when your head is in there, in range, and you're under so much pressure and you're behind, you know, we've seen it happen a million times, Spencer, that somebody just says, I'll try and get away with one, I'll throw my head in here.
Well, you know, for Jones, he wants to make it a dogfight, but I tell you what, he missed, and there was a weary look around him there, Jones. He'll be glad to hear that fourth bell there. Yep, that bell couldn't have come soon enough there for Brian Jones, and there was a weary look as he walked back to the corner, and the corner here at Paul are going to have to do a very good job of picking his head up and getting him back out here for the 5th round, because when we look over to the other corner, Lucas Rohrig, he looks fresh as a daisy, doesn't he?
Looks terrific, as ever with The very gentlemanly Mr. Groves. It's all very orderly in that corner, and they're just trying to find some special words for the sake of the team at this stage, remember, for Brian Jones in the USA corner. Just watching Jones as we watch the action again, Spencer. He's taken a lot of shots, but I would say to you that I think he's got that mentality. He's regrouped, comes marching out of his corner, gloves on the guard, high guard, trying to close the range. Whatever he's got inside, we're going to see it here now.
I tell you what, he's going to have to show a lot of character, because I know one thing for sure, Lucas Roehrig, there's a lot of talk about this kid, and he's going to want to close the show, and he's going to want to do it in style. He's young, he's fresh, he's ambitious. This could be a tough couple of rounds for Brian Jones.
Jones is doing his best to unnerve Roehrig with some of these big swinging hooks. They're not particularly accurate.
But there's a slow, laboured look around those shots now. The intensity seems to have gone out of them. The speed and the precision has gone as well. And there's a new lease of life about Roehrig now. He's got his second win. Body shot there. Big shot, and Jones felt the weight of that one.
Jones is giving ground.
There's a lot to like about this kid, isn't there?
So accurate, Spencer. He's having a proper going over now, is Jones.
Yeah, he's fighting on instinct in there at the moment, Jones. Trying to chop away at the tree there, but not having any success. Good left hook counter from Roehrig again, who's in complete cruise control at the moment.
It's a slow march toward inevitable punishment. Each time Jones tries to close the range now. Roehrig rifle, ramrod jab. Very accurate, up and down. Nice to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely uppercut went in there as well, Paul. Great shot selection to head and body, finished by the left hook again. And I tell you, Jones is really biting down on his gum shield here. He is toughing it out, man, and all the Americans have done that so far, and credit to him, because he's on the end of some heavy punishment.
Another little tell that Roehrig might have something special about him. His concentration level has not wavered, not for a second so far tonight.
Yeah, well said. He's kept himself completely focused, isn't he? And now he's in control. Left hooks as well. Right hand goes in. Jones soaks it up again.
He can't get out of the way though, Spencer, can he? He just can't. He can't move his head. He can't move his feet quick enough.
No, very tough performance here from Jones. Gallant performance, brave performance. Roehrig, though, showing that class, showing that shot selection again, the fluidity of the punches. He's looking for the big finish. I told you he wants the grandstands finish. And it's going to be a punishing sixth and final round for Jones, I can tell you that, as we watch Roehrig walk back to his corner and take those instructions.
How about the last minute of that round from Roehrig, though?
Beautiful, wasn't it? I mean, shot selection, he picked it up, he turned the screw, went through the gears and showed us that he can do that, go through the levels. And yeah, lovely work. As you see the left hook landing there, there goes the short chopping right hand. You know, he's changing it up, he's boxing well at long distance, mid-range, short range, body shot as well there. Nearly folded Brian Jones like a deck chair there, didn't he?
Great line. Spencer Oliver with line of the night here on talkSPORT, not for the first time, and tonight also on Fightzone.
Absolutely, first thing that comes to mind there for some reason, but what a shot it was.
Roehrig, for one so young, has looked every inch a star in the making so far here tonight. The cruiserweight prospect from West London, not very far away, a few miles at most.
Yep, on home turf here, and he's showcasing his skill, kept his composure really well. He's brought an incredible crowd with him. and they are absolutely loving this. There's a little bit of everything, isn't it, with Rohrig. Whoa, big left hook there, and the legs just seem to do a funny dance there from Jones.
Jones's face is showing all the signs of punishment, of all the accurate razor-sharp jabs, the quick hooks that Rohrig has thrown. Willpower alone from Jones's side.
Yep, and that's exactly what it is, willpower. He's been on the end of a lot of heavy punishment, and the right hands keep raining in, and there's another one there from Rohrig. I tell you what, he's on to the end of some punishment here, Jones. Where's he finding it from? Just to really hang in there, because it's the accumulation of punches that do it. Slowly, systematically breaking him down, shot by shot.
There was one of those right hands there, Spencer, which looked to me like a nose breaker. Jones is going up and beyond the call of duty really here on behalf of Team USA.
Lovely jab again there. That's been the key weapon for Rohrig in this contest. He's done everything off the back of that. Now Rohrig trying for that grandstand finish with just a minute to go in this sixth and final round. Jones is going to have to show a lot of courage to get through this, because Rohrig senses he wants to finish. Look at the faces marking up now of Jones as well, as that right eye starts swelling.
A pause and respite for Jones, and he needs it. Rohrig, gum shield again. What can Brian Jones find now?
Well, he's going to have to find a lot of heart pull. That's what he's got to find, because I think that's all he's going to get. Rohrig has now gone through the gears, gone through the levels, and showed the class that he's got here. But Jones has shown an incredible amount of courage.
Team UK closing in on overall match victory in the Transatlantic Clash Mark II here at Stamford Bridge in London. Brian Jones of the USA for valour wins a commendation tonight, but he has taken an immense amount of stick against a polished young cruiserweight on a night when we're not just enthralling everybody with the action, we are unearthing a few genuine prospects, and now we must add the name of Lucas Rohrig to that. That was hugely impressive from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely love that from Lucas Rohrig. Backs up what I've been saying about that kid the whole time, that I think he's got the talent to go all the way, and he's in great hands there with George Groves, who knows how to guide fighters. He went back to the grassroots, back to his amateur club, Dow Youth, and he's found an absolute gem there in Lucas Rohrig. And there we see some of the action in that sixth round. Lovely left hook that landed, and where did Jones find the strength to stand up from that? From his face starting to mark up as well. But yeah, punch perfect performance there from Lucas Rohrig.
The crowd rise to him here at Stamford Bridge tonight. Looks like he could do 12 already, young Mr. Rohrig, and I think Brian Jones should not be asked to do any more.
Ladies and gentlemen, the referee score is 60-54 in favor of the UK.
Yep, as expected, Lucas Rohrig dominated that one, won every single round, and we can see the signs of the war that Jones has been in there, as that right eye is just starting to close. But tremendous performance by an incredible young talent.
Live on talkSPORT and Fightzone tonight, we start by congratulating not just Lucas Rohrig, but also the Team UK captain, Spencer Oliver, because victory is yours, my friend. Team UK cannot be caught.
Yep, that's lovely to get a victory over the US, and more importantly, a victory over my old mate Roy Jones Jr. We've built up a great relationship over the last couple of years. We've come up with this concept, Dennis Hobson and Fightzone said let's get it together, and we made it happen. And what a performance there from Team UK.
Dennis Hobson is absolutely
stuff.
jumping for joy.
Brilliant stuff.
With every good reason. But I say that was him fist pumping through the shot there, by the way, everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But in addition to what we've seen in terms of the match overall, the fist pumps of satisfaction from George Groves and his team after a very eye-catching show from Lucas Rohrig, in addition to all the quality we've seen earlier tonight. Memorable stuff here on Fightzone and talkSPORT. USA are in deep trouble in this match. In fact, the game is up for them, but they are calling on overseas reinforcements, if I could put it like that, for this, the last contest of the Transatlantic Clash Mark II, in the shape of Randy Janfira. We don't actually have a contest for ring walk music selection of the night, but I'm going to nominate this as the winner. This is brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Look at him, Mandeep Jenga. What a fighter this young kid is. What a backstory he's got as well. Roy Jones Jr. took him under his wing. He lived at Roy's house, actually. Roy saw something in him, and he's developed into an incredible young fighter.
With Roy Jones Jr.
And a great hand for one of the all-time greats, Roy Jones Jr. Is won, but it's still a hugely important night for Marley Mason. Marley Mason tries again at 10-round level. A very talented newcomer not so long ago. Now he's got plenty to prove. He's given us some very exciting fight nights, but that's only for us. For him, it's about winning. And he didn't win against Jeff Ofori. He lost against Louis O'Doherty and Aaron Prosperi. And that is at least one defeat too many at this stage in his career. So big answers he must find tonight.
Yep, absolutely. He's going to have to show a lot of character in there, because Mandeep Jenga, he's got a little bit of everything. He can box at range, but you look at him, you think he's going to be a boxer, but he works so well on the inside as well. And like I said, he's been under the watchful eye of Roy Jones for some time, and Roy's really taught him all the tricks of the trade, and he's developed very, very well.
Brought to you by Dawson and Steve from Promotions. In association with Fightzone and the Fight Academy. It's the battle at the bridge. This is 10 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division. The bell is about to begin. Fighting out of the blue corner, red boxer through gold trim. Weighing in 135 pounds, with a record of 11 wins and no losses. Out of Florida by way of India.
The last of the five making up the Transatlantic Clash Mark II tonight. Mandeep Jamfara has got a lot on his shoulders in terms of keeping it respectable on the scoreboard, but it is beyond rescue for Team USA as we get going here at Super Feather. Marley Mason is fighting, of course, still for Team UK, but perhaps more now in the context of the match, Spencer. He's really fighting to put his career, his own career, back on course.
Yep, that's exactly what it is, Paul. And he's really fancied this. He wanted this fight. Mandeep Jenga comes with a great reputation. And I think for Marley Mason, he was like, please, give me that. It gives me an opportunity to get myself in a great spot. Mason starting well, taking the centre of the ring, just misses wildly there with a right hand, but it's a good confident start from Mason.
Overall, the slate is 8 fights, 5 wins, 1 by stoppage. The 2 defeats, I always go back to the Ofori draw. It was an absolute barnstormer of a fight, by the way, but many people felt Mason was a bit lucky to get something out of it.
Yeah, he's a tough kid, Mason. He doesn't lose that will to win. He'll stick at it. He likes having a fight. He's very fan-friendly, TV-friendly, and I think we're going to see that tonight. As Jenga starts a little cautiously, just taking a look at his guy. as expected. He'll just want to feel him out. I think that would have been the instructions of Roy Jones Jr. This kid can be dangerous, so just go out there, Mandeep, and take your time. Good work behind the jab there from Jenga, who's up on his toes, using the perimeter of the ring, and just trying to figure this young, strong Marley Mason out. Mason is what it says on the tin. He'll come forward, he'll have a fight, he wants to do it in a phone box, but Jenga won't fall into that trap tonight.
Mandeep Janfra Jenga hails from Sirsa in India, but now based in Cantonment, Florida. Pretty much the home turf of Roy Jones. Has been spending quite long spells back in India between camps, apparently. The general view, I'm told, by those close to Roy Jones is that he is a major talent, but, you know, at 31, Spencer, he really has now got to knuckle down and do everything the right way. That's the vibe I've got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Jenga, I think if he does get victory here, they've got to start looking at pushing him forward and taking that chance, rolling the dice a little bit and taking that opportunity out against bigger, better opposition. But he's got to get through this one first.
Indeed, it won't be easy. But as we've said about many an Indian prospect over the last few years, the potential is limitless for a star fighter. Tidy start both ways.
Yep, I think that Marley Mason would take a lot of confidence from that one. He went in there, he held himself well, took centre of the ring, forced Jenga onto the back foot. Jenga, who cuddles Roy Jones Jr. in the corner. He's very happy with that opening round, and he should be, because he'd done enough behind the jab. He was controlling the space well. There we see Mason getting through with some good shots and finding some success, but overall I think that Jenga maybe done enough to win that round, but Mason will be happy. Here we go, beginning of round two, and Jenga back on their jab straight away, using the perimeter of the ring. Awkward customer, slips and slides, very difficult to pin down. Just misses there with the left hook.
For those of us watching in colour television, took a heart back a few decades as we stream nowadays, Spencer, live on Fightzone and talkSPORT. I'll just make a small differentiation because the potential for a colour clash. With the blue gloves, we have Mandeep Janfra Jenga. With the red gloves, Marley Mason. And in terms of the trunks, the choreography of the black trunks with the little bit of the embroidery on the sides and MTIM on the front of the trunks is the differentiator for Marley Mason.
Mason having some good success there, getting in close. Jenga trying to keep it at range, trying to control that pace off that jab. By the way, you talked about colour TVs there. Do they still do black and white? Does that still exist?
That's all I had when I was growing up.
Oh, you did have one. Lucky you.
It didn't work quite often, actually. You just have to bang it on the top to make it work.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, but here we go. Both guys here delivering very well. We knew this was going to be a good contest. Warming up nicely, isn't it, Paul?
I like it. They're both going about their business. A different vibe to it, I reckon, Spencer, provided by the knowledge that the match is all over.
Yep, Jenga trying to win this one on the outside, trying to keep using range well. He's obviously done his homework because Marley Mason does love a tear-up, that is for sure.
Mandeep is the taller at 5'10".
Mason trying to rough him up, trying to take him into the trenches a little bit here. Mandeep. Good movement there, slipped the shot really well, looking to come back with a right hand of his own and just sort of missed, but Mason with that real intensity around his work at the moment. Mandeep again looking to keep that distance, complains of a low blow there. Mason will be happy about that because he's going to want to turn it into a dogfight, Paul, because I think that's the way that he wins this one. He can't beat him on skill, boxing IQ. You're going to have to lean towards Jenga, experience towards Jenga. But one thing Mason has got, he's got a big heart and he'll keep going, and he will try and draw him into a dogfight. That's where he likes to be.
Looks like Mandeep Jenga's well prepared for that.
Yep, he would have done his homework there, as would have Roy Jones Jr. For me, Jenga just winning those first 2 rounds, but he's not out of his depth here, Mason. I think that was the main concern, the main worry. Would the class of Jenga just be a little too much? But Mason purely proving that he belongs in there. And there we see the chopping right hand that landed well there, walking forward. But there's a little bit of education around his work, Mason. He's not being too one-dimensional, and he is getting his successes. And I think he'll be hoping that as the rounds go on, he will draw Jenga in and just wear him down.
That is the trophy that will be Spencer Oliver's property very shortly indeed. A magnificent work. And what a concept. I think it's absolutely coming of age already. Live on talkSPORT tonight and Fightzone. Transatlantic Clash Mark II. Team UK against Team USA. This is the 5th of the contests in the match. There's been other action on the card tonight as well here at Stamford Bridge. Marley Mason for Team UK from Southend-on-Sea. Needs a big show tonight in front of a London crowd for me.
Yeah, well, one thing you can guarantee with Mason is he'll give it everything, and he's doing that right now. He's trying, he's pushing forward. Misses wildly there, though. He's got to be a little bit more creative than that with Jenga, but Jenga's just trying to control this behind the jab, keeping that distance, and he's doing that well. There's that chopping right hand. That's the success shot really for Mason. He wants to try and build on that, move his feet into range and then let his shots go, as opposed to trying to close the gap with his punches, because that's what happens.
Just break that down for us a little bit more, Spencer, if you would. I was about to ask you that very question from Mason's point of view. What is educated pressure and what's just closing the range?
Yeah, well, educated pressure is moving your feet before you let your hands go, because when you're boxing another fighter, you're looking eye to eye. So if you try and close the gap with your hands, your punches, your opponent can see that. But if you move your feet a split second before throwing your punches, it closes the gap and you're in range and the opponent doesn't see it.
Shades of the Spencer Oliver about that. Spencer could fight that way for certain.
Yep, that is important. That's how some fighters just don't know how to close that gap, but that's how you do it. Just moving them feet into range before letting the shots go, but it's a split second before you do that. Nothing between the two, but don't do it at the same time.
Just watching the early part of this fight tonight, I think very clearly that the Mason camp have been watching the tapes of Mandeep Jenga, and this right hand, he's been trying it all night long so far, Mason, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Over the top of the left shoulder of Janfra, basically.
Yeah, short, sort of whipping that shot down, hasn't he? And he's sort of like, you know, he's done his homework here. Just a little shoulder roll, trying to push forward as well. He's just trying to, he just has to keep that persistent pressure on all the time, Mason, because if you let Jenga get into a rhythm, he's a very difficult guy to beat. And Corey McIntosh found that out last time when they boxed out in the Cayman Islands. It was a great contest, very competitive, but Jenga just dug deep and showed his class.
Won it in 12. The WBF title was on the line in the Lions Centre in Grand Cayman.
Body shot slams in there from Mason, who's doing really well in this and being very competitive, but not sure he's actually winning these rounds, Paul. They are close, they are competitive. Roy Jones gets in the ring. He's very happy with himself, and he's very happy with Mandeep Jenga as well, as we look in the corner there of Marley Mason. and I've got to say they look quite pleased as well, and this is some of the action in the round. Maybe again the key shot there, Jenga just shoulder rolling and coping with the pressure well, and there's that jab, that whipping jab, but Mason having his successes as well. Like I say, these rounds are very close, but maybe just edging them to the WBF world champion Mandeep Jenga. But it's a great contest, this. Here we go, beginning of round number 4. Jenga may have stole those first 3, but there's not a lot in it, and Mason will still be very happy with his performance so far. And that's where Mason needs to sort of add a little bit of education behind that work. Don't just go in there and throw everything in the kitchen sink. It's too early for that. Let's try and be a little creative in there. A few feints to the body, switch the shots over the top. Move your feet into range before letting your shots go. Good work again there, defensive work from Jenga, wasn't it? Just rid that shot so well. It's very elusive, very tricky, very difficult to pin down, Jenga.
But in that little passage there, Spencer, this is where he looks a real good fighter, isn't it? When he makes sure he keeps himself in the space.
But see the way that he's working on the inside there, the short shots, there's travelling 6 inches, the shoulder roll, short shots. Who does that remind you of? A little younger Roy Jones Jr.
Absolutely.
The way he's done that, you can see shades of that there. When he does little moves like that, you can see that they work on repetition in the gym, day in, day out. And that was the way that Roy was taught as a young child. His dad trained him, and he had him working that bag rounds after round after round, and that's what creates champions. And you can see Roy's installed that into Jenga.
That was for the corner, actually, aimed right at Roy Jones, the way Janford Jenga just moved out of the range very slightly there and made Marley miss. That was like, thanks, boss, I've got that one down now.
Yep, he's just trying to steal the soul of Mason just a little bit here. Mason, see, getting frustrated, that's a sign of frustration. He's finding it very difficult to ping Jenga down, who's now slipping into a rhythm pull. And this is what I was talking about. The danger for Mason is that if Jenga gets into that rhythm, it's very difficult to break.
The problem is he's just not accurate enough, often enough, Mason. Travelling to range, there again he misses. I don't think any of them were scoring shots, and he's putting in an awful lot of effort sometimes, Spencer, for not much reward.
Yeah, and you know, you have to feel for him there, because he's in with a very slippery, very difficult opponent to beat him, Mandeep Jenga. 11 wins, 1 defeat, 7 of those wins by KO, so he carries a little bit of weight in his hands as well. It's that unpredictability, the shots that you don't see coming from unusual angles, and he's one of those guys, isn't he, that's very elusive and throws shots, weird lead uppercut shots.
Yes.
And they're the difficult ones to get past. Biggest round of the fight so far for me, Paul, this 4th round for Jenga.
Spurred on by the home crowd, Mason gives it everything to the end of the round. Is it effective work? That is the big question.
Well, yep, the $1 million question, is it effective? But, you know, his defensive skills are brilliant, Jenga. That short work on the inside, those little uppercuts that are travelling 6 inches, followed by the whipping left hooks over the top. Listen, taking nothing away from Marley Mason, who's trying, he's pushing forward. You know, he's not showing any signs of frustration. He just keeps trying to work this slippery, elusive customer out, but just not landing at the moment. Some of the good work there from Mason, but Jenga responds, look, with that jab, and that's been the key shot for him. But look at how elusive he is. Very frustrating to fight a fighter like that. As we now reach the halfway point in this contest. Jenga running away with it on the scorecards, but doesn't really tell the story of this contest, because Mason's played his part in a cracking little contest so far.
scheduled 10-rounder.
Mason just asking Jenga to meet him in the centre of the ring. He's trying to draw him in, but Jenga having none of it. Roy Jones in the corner there, he's very happy with himself. Well, there you go, that was a good, lovely left hook there. Jenga just switched off and Mason landed a beautiful chopping left hook over the top there, and that woke Mandeep Jenga up, that's for sure. Mason just missing wildly with that right hand again. When I say wildly, it was just the elusive movements there from Jenga. Very slippery, very difficult to pin down.
Spencer, I think the problem at this stage in this fight, though, is that Mandeep Jenga has the belief that he's got the measure of Mason.
Yep, he's oozing confidence in there, isn't he?
Oozing confidence, isn't he? And that gives off that sense to Mason, look, I need to keep on throwing big shots, and it's not going to work like that, because you've explained to our viewers on talkSPORT and Fightzone already, there is a way as he closes the range to get the feet to do the work for him.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it is that having that technical ability to be able to do that, to adjust. Adaptability is key in fights like this. You've got to be able to adapt against someone as elusive as Mandeep Jenga, and at the moment it's all very samey from Marley Mason. He needs to mix it up, he needs to try and set some traps, do something different, because look, watch what he's doing here. He's closing the gap with his hands, not his feet, and that is the problem at this level.
Jenga perhaps edges it in hand speed in addition to his other technical advantages.
Yep, that is just the difference at the moment. The hand speed, the accuracy of Jenga work well behind the jab. He's not getting involved, he's not taking the bait, trying to get into a fight. Mason, credit to him though, he keeps pushing on, he's making a great little contest of it.
He's not allowing Mandeep Jenga a single minute, a single second off to relax and showboat. So that's a strength for Mason.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, Mason is getting frustrated. He says something there. Roy Jones Jr. just laughs at him. But it's a good performance so far from Jenga, who's kept his composure so well, and maybe signs of frustration just creeping in there from Mason as he shouts at Roy Jones in the corner and shouts at Mandeep Jenga as well. And I think he was probably like something like, stand and have a fight, mate, give me a chance. And there was one of those rare shots that landed. A lovely left hook switched off there from Jenga. Jenga switching off there, sorry, maybe a lapse of concentration, just got into his comfort zone a little bit too much, and a little reminder from Mason to say, listen mate, don't take any liberties, I'm still here and I'm still trying to win.
So we're through the halfway point of this scheduled 10-rounder. It's the last of the 5 fights counting toward the Transatlantic Clash Mark II tonight here at Stamford Bridge. The match overall already won by Team UK in very stylish fashion, I may add.
Yep, great performance by the boys, and they've all put in tremendous performances, win, lose or draw, and we're getting another great performance here from Marley Mason.
However, the stylist in this fight is representing Team USA, Mandeep Jenga, fighting for his own reputation, of course, in addition to trying to rescue a few points back for Team USA. And I think at the moment he's on course to do that, Spencer, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks like it so far, but I tell you something, Marley Mason won't give up. He knew it was going to be a frustrating night. Look at that little uppercut there, he whipped that in there, Jenga. Sent the sweat spraying from Marley Mason's head there, but Mason back on his toes, trotting back in there. He wants a fight. He's like, come on son, sit there with me, let's have a tear up. But Jenga, I don't think he's going to take that. Good work off the ropes again there from Jenga. who's so difficult to pin down. He just doesn't stop for a second. He won't sit in the pocket. He won't allow Mason to get off, and see there Mason trying to draw him in, trying to do something. He wants to break the rhythm here of Jenga, and as I said a couple of rounds ago, Paul, it's always going to be difficult, that.
What we're seeing here tonight are the fruits of a lot of labours by Mandeep Jenga Spencer from even before he turned professional, and I think it's gone slightly overlooked just what a good amateur he was, but he took a medal all the way back in 2013 at the Asian Boxing Championships. That was a silver from memory, that's a long time ago, and a gold medal at the South Asian Games in 2016. Those were two of the big moments. He fought in the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. That's what we're seeing here tonight, all that.
Yep, amateur pedigree. He's not just developed as a professional, he's done the grounding, he's done the schooling. That's where the apprenticeship's done for these fighters. You know, he's been on the road, he's used to boxing in the other guy's backyard, so this is no strange environment for him right now. He's used to this, as the referee takes him back to the corner just to give him a little telling off there. Marley Mason not happy about something there. He's saying to the referee, come on mate, get him there, sort him out.
Turned pro in the United States. That was the decision made by the backers of Mandeep Jenga to base himself in the USA, guided by Roy Jones. Best victory, I guess. The McIntosh win. It's getting a bit edgy, isn't it?
Yep, he's going for it there, and I tell you what, Jenga's showing a bit of character to stay and trade with Mason there, but that's where he wants him, and Mason like that. You see that bit of grit, that bit of dog in him there. He's like, yeah, come on, mate, let's have this tear up. But he's another round there from Jenga. I'll tell you what, the scorecard is not really telling the score of the contest for me here, because I think that Jenga is winning all these rounds, Mason playing his part, but Jenga doing enough here, and they'll be very pleased in that corner. The difference between the two here is maybe Jenga's accuracy. Mason's struggling to pin him down, but he'll take a lot of hope from that last 10-15 seconds there, where he let those shots go and he tried to jaw Jenga in. Oh, good work there. Right hand that landed. So I told you Marley Mason was one of them kids that won't give up hope. He won't give up. He's got that desire, and he will fight until the final bell. Forget that he's behind on points. Don't ever write this kid off, because he will keep going. You've got to give him credit for that. That's why I said fan friendly, TV friendly. We love him. Win, lose or draw, you want to see him again.
Mason is really fighting for his future as a 10-12 round fighter for me tonight, Spencer, and if he's going to lose, there's a way he's going to have to lose, if that makes any sense.
Yep, I think that's by going out on his shield and really giving it something. I'll tell you what, Paul, he's doing that, but at the moment Jenga is used to the distance, he's used to doing this. You know, I saw him back in November beating Corey McIntosh in similar sort of fashion. He was very difficult to pin down, but unfortunately for Marley Mason, this is going to be bad news, but he's done that over 12 rounds, and this is over 10.
Yeah. So let's run down the possibilities list in terms of plans B, C, D and E. Well, let's start with plan B. Is there a possibility he could force a cut? Unlikely, because he's not accurate enough. Plan C, could he suddenly hope that the tank empties for Mandeep Jenga? Unlikely, because he's not able to put the pressure on enough. So I'm down to plan D already.
Yeah, and that is
D for destroy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So land a big shot,
Yeah, and that's what
Stay in the pocket, maybe look for an uppercut. Not seen that shot from him tonight.
Well, I think that it's not through lack of trying. I just think it's Mandeep's elusiveness, switching from left to right and not sitting still. To see the way he slipped back there, little shots on the inside. There's much more to Mandeep's game than there looks, you know. Like,
great point.
This little slips and slides, like, is very, very good. Look at that. Beautiful, relaxed 1-2 to the body, left hook to the head. Then he's not in the pocket. Then he doesn't sit there to get hit. He's the one now starting to take over here, and this is now becoming tough for Marley Mason.
Got all the moves, hasn't he? The Team USA fighter here.
Yes, he has. And the unfortunate thing for Mason is that I've seen Jenga fight before, and he don't mind sitting in the pocket. He don't mind having a fight, and he does that late on in the rounds where he'll now think, right, you've blown a little gasket here, son. I'm going to sit with you now. And if you push a fighter like Mason on the back foot, a lot of the time, 9 times out of 10 anyway, you can steal their soul. And at that late stage of a fight, they lose heart, lose focus, lose concentration. And I think that's what Jenga is trying to do there. Jenga is trying to do there, because it looked like he was trying to turn the screw there, sit in the pocket and beat Mason at his own game. But another good round there for Mandeep Jenga.
It's a very confident performance from him tonight. If he doesn't go to the next level, there'll be a tremendous amount of frustration come the end of his career for himself, for the people who've brought him to this point, and that massive commercial possibility that must be behind an Indian fighter who gets up to 12-round championship level in America, Spencer.
Absolutely, and I think that speaking to Dennis Hobson through the week, he said they've had those meetings over in India. They want to take him back. The Indian government want to back him over there and take him Roy Jones Jr. over there. UK versus India, doing a show over there is great for the country, great for tourism, and more importantly, great for Mandeep Jenga to go showcase his skills. Lovely uppercut there as well.
As he's trying to do here now. But there's been a kind of situations vacant in terms of Indian boxing. All the really good amateurs that they've produced, challenging for medals at every major tournament globally, who can actually walk through the door and build a substantial professional career at world level. Maybe this is the one.
Well, listen, Roy Jones Jr. is the guy in the corner, and he will help him, try and guide him there. I know that Roy's invested in him, you know, that's what Roy does. He loves it. He still thinks like a fighter, Roy, and he gives him that comfort, that experience. You can't buy that knowledge. And look at him. I'm just looking at Roy in the corner now. He's there. He's in the fight himself, you know, and that is important to know that your trainer has got you, you know, he's there.
He's got your back.
Got your back. That's exactly the word, Paul.
Mason tumbled backwards. He is totally frustrated, is good old Marley Mason. He's giving it both barrels, every trick in his book.
Yeah, it's a gallant performance from Mason, who's, trust me, he's played his part in this contest, but he's just up against a slippery operator who he can't quite pin down at the moment. But never say never. Only round 8. We've still got 1 minute 30 to go of this round, so still time.
Have you got a plan E for me yet, Spencer?
Well, let's hope that Marley Mason's got the plan E, because it's no good being out here with me and you, that's for sure.
A, B, C, D have not worked. But he's a proper handful, isn't he, when he's on fire as he is tonight, Mandeep Jenga.
Yeah, he is. He certainly is. And Marley Mason's a handful himself, to be fair. He'll keep coming. He'll keep giving it everything. But sometimes you've got to appreciate a bit of class. And we're seeing that tonight from Jenga. The lovely double hooks downstairs. The nice fluidity around his work. He's slipping into a rhythm. Right hand goes as well. And this is where he knows to turn it on. This last minute of the round. Look, he's sitting in the pocket now. He's forcing Mason back. Very clever strategy, that.
This is one that's slipping away from Mason, I'm afraid, at the moment, and it may have longer term consequences for his career in terms of trying to launch a title bid. British title, Reece Bellotti, other good men barring his way at the moment.
Yeah, and there's a good name you mentioned there, Reece Bellotti. That would be a good fight for someone like Mandeep Jenga. If he does come through this one, Bellotti's very explosive. He's got that sort of style. He's got a good name as well. Maybe they could look for someone like that. That would be very interesting.
It would indeed. And we're talking about what unleashing an Indian star in the US would mean, but what about in Great Britain with the huge community?
Absolutely. Listen, that's what I think he's a global, you know, there's an opportunity for a global superstar if you can find one from India. I was impressed the last time I seen him. I'm impressed here as well. But listen, never say never, because Marley Mason will still have that belief. He will still want to get victory here, but he's got 6 minutes to do it. Can he do it? I'm not sure he can. We haven't seen anything to suggest that, Paul, but stranger things have happened, that's for sure.
Positive mindset is absolutely paramount from here for Marley Mason, who's been chasing this job right from the start tonight. A beat behind in pretty much every department against a really classy and skillful operator who's on his A game tonight, with the great Roy Jones overseeing this performance in his corner. And he's beginning to do the bit of showboating here at the start of the 9th round.
Yep. Just like he's getting going, doesn't it? He's got a great engine as Mason, and like you say, when they start showboating like that, he's oozing confidence. But Roy Jones telling him to switch to the body now, let the body shots go. They know each other inside out, Mandeep and Roy, and he does box to instructions.
Mason came into this tonight looking to box to victory. The frustrations of the Jeff Ofori fight. Controversial ending to that one. Lost the Southern Area title bid against Louis O'Doherty. Couldn't go the 10 rounds. Reset, comes back against Aaron Prospere, loses on points over 10 rounds, even though Prospere was down in the first round. There is a picture forming, I think, that when it comes to the really important nights, he's coming up short.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Paul. I think that we're always going to have entertainment from Marley.
Yeah.
He's a character outside of the ring, and he shows a lot of character in the ring as well, but you know, when he's got to that final hurdle, he's always struggled to get over, and I don't think it's going to be any different tonight either.
The problem for me with this performance tonight, from Mason's point of view, Spencer, and speaking to you, remembering you as the Team UK captain, as well as my co-commentator here tonight, at no point have I seen, forgive me, but I haven't seen it, that he's put in Mandeep Jenga's mind doubt.
No.
He's been measured for this job from early on tonight by his opponent. That's the problem, really.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. I mean, listen, credit to him because he's shown a lot of character and he hasn't given up hope, and he's just kept pushing forward. But it's been a little too one-dimensional, and someone like Jenga, who's very, very slippery, you know, you can't do that. You've got to set the traps, you know, move your feet into range before throwing the shots, fake the jab downstairs, whip the right hand over the top, fake the right hand to the body, whip the left hook over the top. There has to be creative, throw your punches in bunches, all of that stuff that I'm talking about, and unfortunately we've not seen that from Marley Mason tonight.
At times in this 9th round, Mandeep Jenga's just put a bit more into some of these shots. The passing thought that I might be able to stop my man here.
Well, just coming to the end of the 9th round, and it's another round in the bag for the champ, Mandeep Jenga, who for me racks up another round, and he's got his head down in the corner there. But Paul, you just sense that there's plenty left in that engine. You know, he's not even choosing to sit down at the moment. There's nice, cool, calm words coming in from the GOAT, Roy Jones Jr., and you look over to the other corner and you go, there's an air of desperation now. They've got to go for it here. Everything in the kitchen sink because it's the last roll. And And this is the action in that 9th round, Paul. I think it's been pretty similar to the first 8 of those as well, hasn't it? Where it's sort of like Jenga, just with his nose in front, just seems to be one move ahead all the time, and that's been the difference between the two here.
This isn't just the last round of this fight for Marley Mason tonight. If he cannot turn this round, then it might come to be seen as a parting of the road in terms of the direction of his career.
Yep, it's going to be, he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, that's for sure. It's not like it's not been done before, but it's going to be a tough road. It's a tough road back.
He's only 25 years of age.
Yeah.
The way they were talking to him in the corner, it was almost as if they were saying, now or never, son.
Listen, you look at those style of someone like Marley Mason, and you go like a Derek Chisora comes to mind, where you go, he's lost 13 fights, Derek Chisora. He's been on the end of a lot of defeats in the past, but he's still packing stadiums still. And why? Because he's entertainment. He gives fans what they want to see. All the fans that are in here, paying customers, they're enjoying this because this kid's trying. He's pushing forward, and that's what it's all about. Entertainment. There's still a long way of Marley Mason's career to go, that's for sure.
You make a good point. But he is making it hard for himself, isn't he, at the moment?
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's down to the quality of opposition.
What a story it would be longer term if he could find the way that Chisora did, and many, many others, and I'm sure the public would latch onto him in a major way. There's nothing wrong with the desire, but class is class.
Yeah, absolutely, totally agree with that. We're nearly halfway through this 10th and final round, and Mason needs to find something from somewhere. Doesn't look like it's coming though, Paul, does it?
Not yet. 1 minute 30 to make me eat my words.
And to make me eat my words as well.
What a story if he did it.
Yeah, it really would be.
He's persisting and persisting.
Well, that's what I love about him. He's showing great character there, you know. I'm trying to take some positives from this now as well. Yes, he's been beaten, and he's been beaten quite convincingly, but he's showed a lot of character in there, isn't he? Got to give him credit for that.
I do. Every day, every time I see him. What he wants to hear, wants to have, is the W and his arm raised. That's what he's craving, that's what he's working for every day.
Yep. And he hasn't given up hope for the whole 10 rounds. It's been a frustrating night for Marley Mason. He's never been hurt, never looked like being hurt, but just one move behind the whole time through this contest. That's been the difference between these two.
W for willpower, not lacking, Mason. But winning at this level is not easy. 10 hard rounds against a potential world-class opponent with a great background. Marley, the crowd pleaser to the end. But yeah, I think resigned to his fate tonight. Mandip Jenga gets the seal of approval from Roy Jones and team in his corner. He gave it everything, as he always does. Mason, he was looking on behalf of the team, of course, to extend Team UK's winning lead over Team USA. But it looks to me like Mandip Jenga has narrowed the final score a little bit.
Right, Paul, I'll go and jump in there with the champ, the GOAT, Roy Jones Jr. I think we're going to make the presentations now. So on that note, my friend, it's been an absolute pleasure. As always, the ultimate professional, best in the business, Paul Dempsey. Thank you very much.
You flatter me. This is your night, sir. You may find a message from the palace on Monday morning. Arise, Sir Spencer,
please,
after the victory.
Please, sir.
Congratulations to Spencer Oliver, the captain of Team UK. The smiles are very broad at the end of it, despite the disappointment for Marley Mason in the 5th of the 5 matches in the Transatlantic Clash Mark II. We've had some real quality action. We've seen a couple of young fighters of immense potential unearthed on this card for, I think, for a new audience for the first time on talkSPORT and Fightzone.
94 in favor of the blue corner.
Maybe a little closer than some would have seen. So there's a little crumb of comfort even in defeat tonight for Marley Mason. Roy Jones raises the arms of both.
And now we have Steve and Dennis to hand out trophies as well as rings.
The rings as mementos once more for all the fighters involved in the Transatlantic Clash Mark II from Dennis Hobson and Steve Crump on behalf of the promoters, and that glorious looking trophy that Dennis is now showing off, the centerpiece of this great concept. Couldn't split them the last time, but here back in Great Britain the trophy is going to belong, for the moment at least, to Team UK. And what an enthralling night of boxing action it has been here.
The British team has won the Transatlantic Class 3-2.
Dennis Hobson and Spencer Oliver with Steve Crump. Give us all a look, Dennis. I think we're already lined up for match number 3. But the enterprise shown by Dennis Hobson and his team duly rewarded here. It takes a great deal of work to put a show like this together. But we'd like to thank everybody for the part that the whole team has played in putting this together. A quick recap from me to close it up from ringside. Morales getting the USA off to a flyer at bantamweight, but the lead didn't last long. Arnie Dawson, a spectacular showing from that young man at super lightweight. Dawson looks like a young man who can go a very long way indeed, and I know I'm saying that early in his career. An absolute thriller at cruiserweight followed between Aral Ignat from Wembley and Stanley Johnson of the USA. Class all across the cruiserweight win for Lucas Rurik to win the occasion overall. And at super featherweight, one back at the end for Team USA, Mandip Janfra Jenga against Marley Mason. But a job well done by all, and it's been a privilege to be a part of this. From ringside, from me, Paul Dempsey, one last time, thank you everybody for watching tonight on Fightzone and talkSPORT. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have.
What a treat, a night of action. Incredible fights from the bottom to the top of the card on talkSPORT Network and Fightzone, delivering USA versus UK. And it's UK in the rematch of this transatlantic clash that come through in the final. However, the main event was a masterclass. We saw a display of talent, ability, something likening to what we've seen from Roy Jones Jr. at the height of his career and throughout boxing. There's nothing like having a man like you in the corner, and Mandip Jenga taking on the final fight. Even though the UK was gonna win it, the USA showed that they have some real talent and skill on the card. Top of the bill, please, Stacey Copeland with Mandip Jenga.
Mandip, you've had an incredible amateur career, that you've brought that incredible skill set and experience and technical ability and adaptability to the pro ranks. Tell us, how difficult was that in there against Marley Mason tonight?
Yeah, he's a really hard fighter, and I appreciate his willpower. So he did a good fight, give him a good competition, and It's not an easy opponent, but I tackle with whatever coach told me. I'm work on that, and I get it easily.
You've got lots of flair, the way that you express yourself as a fighter. You look like you're enjoying yourself in there tonight as well.
Yeah, definitely. Boxing is my passion, so obviously if I'm not enjoying the response, I'm doing my work, not passionately work. So it's my passion, so I always in the ring, whenever in the ring, so I will enjoy. And I hope whenever I'm going to enjoy the boxing ring, I never quit my boxing.
Well, you boxed all over as an amateur. You boxed in the Cayman Islands as well as a professional. Now in the UK as a professional. How has it been for you this week over here?
It's amazing, and I love good hospitality over here, and the promotion doing a great job, and my coach appreciate my work, and he give me my best training over there, so I can enjoy now more London trip. Otherwise, you know, after losing, not be a chance to enjoy the trip. Now I can enjoy my...
You certainly can enjoy it. What's next for you then, Mandeep?
Yeah, my coach gonna decide whatever I go, whatever he says that let's go. And I'm gonna be behindly properly. I'm going to follow his step, and I'm going for it.
Well, huge congratulations, Raheem.
Thank you.
I love to see Roy Jones Jr. smile. And when we saw the opponent getting frustrated, heading over to your corner and pushing Mandeep, I saw the biggest smile on your face and a laugh. What were you thinking in that moment?
Well, it's almost like you admitted defeat. You know what I mean? When you're that frustrated, you can't have your way. And that's a sign that you're not having your way. But he's a very good game guy, and I knew he was going to come all night, but that's a definite sign that he's not enjoying what he's doing in that with Mandeep.
When I said we saw flashes of Roy Jones early in his career, talk to me about what we've seen, not just defensively, but creating offense off of defense tonight.
Yeah, what people don't understand is that to be a great fighter, you got to be a great offensive fighter, a great defensive fighter, but also a fighter who can turn defense into instant offense. That's what made people like myself, James Toney, Cornell Whitaker, my brother Duran, Sugar Ray made us so good. Because we know how to turn defense into instant offense.
This is the kind of expertise I want to hear ringside on the comms whenever possible. We need you back ringside. The USA will be back. This is just the rematch, but the USA is not done. You saw a deep well of talent in every fight. Even those opponents who were not victorious tonight were able to show that they had heart, mettle, and determination to win. All these fighters will be back and better. But it's the UK who came through tonight at the battle at the bridge,
right,
on talkSPORT Network. Fightzone is an incredible platform. What a action-packed night here at the Chelsea Football Club.
Yes.
Thank you all for joining us. We'll be back. Who knows what nation will be next? Radio Raheem with Fightzone at talkSPORT Network.
Congratulations, Spencer. I will be back.
"19 trophies, more assists than anyone in the last decade, and a proper gent at the same time. A decade of Belgian midfield majesty in the Premier League will end this summer, and fair to say, Pep's a bit emotional.
There's no doubt he's one of the greatest, for sure, because of his consistency, except the last year and a half, that I had injury problems, and the consistency, and in important games and not important games, and every 3 days being there all.
But does Kevin De Bruyne make it into an all-time Pep 11? Here's Benty.
Neuer, Lahm, PK, Company, Jordi Alba, Rodri, Iniesta, Xavi, Ribery, Messi and Haaland. Okay, I like it.
Well, despite the pain of a De Bruyne departure, Noel Gallagher is not looking back in anger, but forward to the future, a Foden future.
Phil has always wanted to play in the middle, right? That's where his best position is, and The year that we won the 4 in a row and Phil got Player of the Season, that's when Kevin's injury started and he was out for most of the season. That's where Phil was at his best.
Meanwhile, it's not been a great couple of days of build-up for Arsenal ahead of their showpiece tie with Real Madrid next week. No Gabriel, and now confirmation that Kylian Mbappe, Antonio Rudiger and Dani Ceballos will all be available. Between them, they've received suspended 1-game bans and fines for their behaviour during the win over Atletico. Just under a month now until we find out who's made Andy Farrell's first ever Lions squad to stalk the Wallabies down under. The emerging question on the lips of many, will Owen sneak his way in? Former England and Lions titan Lawrence Delalio has a very strong take.
All I can say is that since he's come back from injury, Racing, his club in Paris, have won 4 games on the spin. So he's got every chance. This is not a development tour, the British and Irish Lions. It's about winning. And you need test match animals, you need international players. And, of course, Finn Russell is probably in the prime spot. You've got Marcus Smith, you've got Finn Smith and a number of others. But if it was me, I'd take Owen Farrell.
Remember, there's only one place to listen to every match of this summer's Lions, and that's right here on talkSPORT. Nineteen trophies.
Fans, how are you feeling about this derby at the weekend? Would you be prepared to rest a few in the light of the European Challenge midweek? I know that sounds daft, but it's legit. 03717 223344. Get in contact with the show. It's all coming up after your latest news and sport with Craig Wakeling.
Adam, thank you. Andoni Areola is under no illusions of just how well Bournemouth need to play if they're going to get a win against West Ham tomorrow.
West Ham have very, very good players. So we need to be very good. If we want to get any point against West Ham, we have to be very, very good.
The Cherries will go 9th with a victory. Meanwhile, Unai Emery has been singing the praises of Marcus Rashford.
Happy because he's achieving the individual objective as well with these appearances. And try to enjoy with him, not more. Try to feel comfortable himself every day here with everything we are doing.
The England striker has scored 3 in his last 2 games. He continues his low move away from Man United. Villa take on Forest tomorrow, looking for a 7th straight win in all competitions.
manager going against the fans again. Now, the first time Ange went against the fans was it was against Manchester City, when a lot of Spurs supporters, myself included, was fine with Manchester City winning that game as long as Arsenal didn't win the league. And he went against us then, saying basically he's a football manager. We should want to win. This is the culture of Spurs. We should want to win every game. And I can understand that as a manager. You want your manager to say that. You don't want him to say, I want to lose this game. You want him to win. So I understood that. But then last night, and whatever reasoning, whatever excuses he put on with the interview he had afterwards, which I thought the journalist was relatively good in terms of asking the questions last night. Whatever reason he put, that he just wanted to hear the crowd, the support, because they haven't had a lot to cheer about. It was a load of rubbish. We know, I've been in those situations, and I've seen managers in those situations. He got criticised for taking off Bergvall for Sarr. The song "You Don't Know What You're Doing" started singing out by the away section, and then Sarr scored, and he reacted to it by cupping his ears. Nothing to do with "I want to hear you cheer." It was say something now. Yeah. Problem was, it was then disallowed, and it's made him. He's got an egg on his face, essentially. 14th in the Premier League, Catman, lost 16 games out of 30. Now, only the bottom four have lost more. Wolves have only lost 17. Ipswich have lost 18. 16 games. It's not good enough. Having said that, I never want to lose, but everything is Frankfurt for me. Everything. And I said this a couple of weeks ago when they went through to the quarterfinals. Everything is gearing towards Frankfurt. If you go through there and you end up winning this competition, I still don't think Ange is safe. I still don't think Ange stays in the job. No, I don't. And I know a lot of Spurs fans. I've done podcasts. I've listened to podcasts over it. People want him gone now. People want him gone now, and someone come in to try and win us this trophy. And I understand. I understand why.
Is that because he's lost them? Just be with the, like you said, that attitude of hands to the ear yesterday. Yeah. I completely was on his side, actually, regarding the Manchester City one. Yeah. Because it's his team. I want to go out there and win. Yeah. I don't care about Arsenal. I don't care about whatever. But I understand the fans. But yesterday, and obviously the results don't help. Everything gets exacerbated when you're not playing well and winning games. But you can't do that to the fans.
No.
It's their club.
Yeah.
You know, they're always going to be here. Players and managers come and go.
It's true. With the Manchester City thing, yes, I agree. You want your manager to win every game. But he didn't. He was emphasising the point that the fans were wrong. He didn't really need to say much in terms of that. He could have said, look, the fans don't want Arsenal to win the league. I want to win the football game. That's all. But he kept going on, and it was kind of alienating the support. And I think last night, I could be wrong, the majority of people who were still on the Ange train, still wanted him to do well. And look, I was desperate for him to succeed at this football club. But the majority of people that wanted him to do well, I think he lost them last night by doing that. And then instead of just saying, look, I made a mistake, I'm as frustrated as everyone. I did cut my ears. I shouldn't have done it. We're a team and this, that and the other. He made up some reason that he wanted them to cheer and cheer louder because they haven't had nothing to cheer about. I just thought it was a lame excuse. And as much as I want him to succeed, and I will still back him 100% because he's still the Spurs manager, and I hope we go through against Frankfurt, I think he lost a lot of the supporters that he did have after last night.
Yeah.
And not even to do with the result.
I understood the fans' reaction to Bergvall being subbed because I thought he was the best player on the pitch for them.
Top player, Bergvall.
He's not. Do you think he'll be at Tottenham next year? He's that good. He stood out for me as the best player